Thursday, January 8th, Planning Commission meeting to order. First item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's the first test, figure out where they put the money.
All right, roll call. Guess we have everyone present, so. Item 3, role of the Planning Commission. It's on the agenda for those to read. Next item of business, item 4, approval of agenda. Any changes or corrections, John?
No.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, who was the seconder?
Darren. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Consent agenda. Only item on the consent agenda is planning meeting minutes from December 3rd. Any changes or corrections?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Paul, a second from Jeff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 6, open forum. Anyone here for open forum? Anyone online for open forum?
No, if there's anyone online that wants to speak about something not on the agenda, feel free to use the raise your hand function.
All right. Moving on, item 7, council update.
So for December 9th, we voted on the budget. That was very similar to what was passed in September. EDA appointment, we reappointed Hunter as chair. The IUP for the Herbis property was not amended. The IUP for the sign on the Riverwood was approved. And then the concept plans, the facility on the sand side of the road was I don't think we had much to add other than what you guys had discussed. The building shape, the L one was the one that they seemed to endorse. The concept plan for the one across the street was not received very well because of the height. I think one of the suggestions was that they look at just keeping it 2-story on that end, on the housing end. They were going to look at and see what that would take. But it was pretty clear that 3 stories there wasn't going to work. The A3 district, we approved that to go off to the Met Council. We formerly killed the aerial truck, the ladder truck for the fire department. One of the suggestions was that at some point we could look at a used one. We still have another engine coming, so that would give us 3 engines. The long-term plan was approved as it's been discussed over the past, pretty much the whole year. Approval for the moving our part-time officer to a full-time, that was approved. And then the park name was approved The Area 21 Park is now known as Dayton Farms. December 30th, I think the only thing we had on there was
Accounts payable and
Yeah.
union contracts.
union contracts, that's what it was. That was approved, and I think that was it.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's it.
Any questions or?
I guess a question kind of for staff and maybe even the mayor, but with the 2 versus 3 story on the senior housing site, fully get where everyone's coming from, but if 3 stories is allowed, isn't that potentially going to be a problem?
It's allowed with, 3 stories is allowed with a conditional use permit.
And one of the things on our agenda is maybe not making it a conditional use. Oh, with a conditional use.
With the conditional use permit.
Got it,
For the 3rd story.
got it. Okay,
So they are looking at reducing the number of floors.
okay.
I think they were gonna look at whether it's even feasible at that point. It may not be feasible.
Yeah, the contractor did reach out to us after the
Oh.
council meeting just to inform that they were going to look at a design that was a 1-story facility at that location.
Oh. That is 1-story work, but 2 don't.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It might be like switching to the different care levels, care models, might be.
And maybe at that point, you don't need stairs, you don't need those space, you don't need the elevators. Maybe, yeah, I don't know, maybe that does make sense, that 2 doesn't work, but 1 works.
That's all I had.
All right,
No other questions?
All right. With that, we'll go into item 8A. Site plan review for this auto auction.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Yeah, as noted in the packet, tonight you're asked to review a site plan that was submitted by Carvana at the Adessa location at 18270 Territorial Road. The site was originally approved by conditional use permit for an auto auction in 1996. Since then, the code has been changed in the industrial districts to allow auto auctions as an interim use. I'll just note that because this was previously approved as a conditional use permit, the use does run with the land and there is not a time frame that was established for the use. So the use itself will be able to continue as long as the operation was going on there until 1 year after non-use of this site. One of the things that I noted about, maybe I didn't note this very well and it wasn't very clear to me either, when reviewing the resolution for the conditional use permit in 1996, there was no conditions of approval related to future expansion of the area or anything like that. As such, we have presented this as a site plan review, as standard building code review for code requirements. The applicants have submitted a plan for a 68,700 square foot building for inspection and reconditioning. Minor auto repair has been listed as a potential use in this site, and that is a permitted use within this facility. However, I'll just note, because this is a site that is not accessible to the public, these types of uses are not considered, I guess, commercial in nature because there isn't really people coming to the site to utilize these. There's not people making appointments and dropping off their vehicles. This is a reconditioning and minor repair site for the cars that Carvana purchases for the lot to be sold direct to the consumer at their location off-site. The one thing I will note is that since between the time of the application being submitted, or I'm sorry, the agenda being posted online and this meeting tonight, is that they have revised their plan overall, specifically related to the car wash that was going to be the addition on that one existing building. Now they are proposing that to be just incorporated into the new facility due to some setback restrictions that were noted at the time. So operations within the building are consistent with what currently occurs on the site. And as I mentioned, the area is fully, the area where the building is gated access and not accessible by the public. So here's an overall view of the site. Do a rough calculation of this area for the removal of the parking lot space to accommodate this building was about 350 spaces in total. It was noted by some people on site when I was out there taking pictures that their inventory has been reduced very significantly, not requiring the need for this much parking. So the reduction in parking is seen as a kind of an accommodation to switch the outdoor parking areas, and then we'll have standard parking locations within the building itself. Just a floor plan of the building. There is a photo booth down here. There's areas for maintenance, repair. There's a paint and body area. The paint booth will be utilized as well. And then here is that area where the car wash addition will be located on this revised plan. Again, not accessible for public use. In reviewing the site plan and the building elevations, the one thing that did come up to mind was a little bit of inconsistency with the overall design of the building itself in comparison to the I-1 requirements. The only one that staff would, at this point, would concede or say that is being met is the contrasting yet complementary material colors. So through the building permit application process, city staff would not issue a permit unless these sections of the architectural requirements would be met. So staff will continue to work with the applicant to address those. Whether there are things like design elements, maybe a skirt of a brick face around the bottom or something like that to accommodate the type of facility. I pulled this picture from the website, and the applicant provided clarification on what the pre-finished metal was, and they are Santa Fe wall panels. I guess in my time in planning and zoning, this has been considered an allowable architectural metal for siding. So it's not going to present itself to the public like a pole building or a standard metal building.
What's the difference between that steel and a pole barn steel?
Uh,
Because that's what that looks like.
This does here. I think it's more of the compacted. There aren't any fasteners that are exposed to the exterior of the building, and things like that. So
Assuming they're insulated panels too.
they are insulated panels. Yep. So that's another component to that. But the roof would be required to be a standing seam metal roof if it was to be metal, which is currently what is proposed, and the applicants have stated that they don't have an issue with meeting that. But to your point, I don't have a great answer for what the specific difference is other than what the exposed fasteners and just the design of this. Given the horizontal design of the Santa Fe wall panels, some could consider this to look like a precast building as well. And I can print off this if you feel that a closer look would help.
Well, I think it would help, at least for me anyway. If we do approve that type of steel on the exterior of the building, you said brick facade, or is there something else that we would require, or is that what we're going to see?
No, well, this is the type of main exterior finish that you would see on that. But looking at this section of the code, there are 3 of the following elements that would have to be met with the design of this building in the industrial park. So the way that it is currently, I don't think I did not provide the elevations, but the elevations would essentially have to be reworked to make sure that we can ensure that 3 of these 7 items are being met as part of the design of the building. Whether that's a combination of horizontal and vertical siding, I guess accented areas for entrance or something like that isn't just a standard plain wall all the way through. Those types of accents would be something that we would look for as well. And again, I don't know, just from a practical standpoint, the only side of this facility that is viewable from the street is the south elevation. So whether this is a requirement for all 4 sides, the way that I have seen the language in the code is really more addressing the areas that are viewable from the public right of way.
So the elevation drawings are in the packet.
And I'll pull them up here on the screen as well. In the packet as well, I noted that all of the setbacks are currently met with the proposed design of this single building. I think I noted as well in there that they are proposing an area for fuel storage. That, of course, will require a separate permit for that, which will be reviewed by the fire department as well as the building official.
Is that above ground storage or below ground?
Above ground. And I'm sure that the applicant can confirm that, but I do believe that it is above ground storage. The other thing that I noted too was the landscaping. They are proposing a landscape buffer along Territorial Road. Although not required for the design of this building, staff certainly encourages keeping that in the plan, as that kind of provides a little bit more of an appealing look from the street. There is additional plantings that would be required around the building itself to break up the long wall. So staff will work with the applicant as well for that. Again, I just want to reiterate that the regulations of the zoning ordinance take precedent when it comes to a building permit review. As these things are continued to get worked out, staff will not issue a building permit until we can verify that these items are going to be met. And staff has been in open communication with the applicant, and they've continued to provide revised plans as needed. As I mentioned, this was a review of a site plan. Site plans, as part of the zoning ordinance, do not require a public hearing. So the planning commission is asked to review the overall plan and the resolution that included conditions of approval and consider providing a recommendation to the city council on this matter. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Hayden, the one question I asked you earlier, just to confirm if you can get that answer before it goes to council, but just to confirm we have what we need for right-of-way and drainage, utility, sewer easements along that south property border or wherever they're connecting to eventually service the properties to the west.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appears we do, but.
Yep, and I provided a high level. Jason wasn't able to make the meeting tonight, and he'll certainly provide more context on this. But the water in this on Territorial Road was extended to the west, almost to Brockton Lane, to accommodate the Dayton storage facility for their fire suppression system. And the sewer line is actually stubbed right here on the western access of this property going into this property as well. Originally, when this property was platted, the right-of-way requirement was 80 feet, and that was what was provided as part of that. There are some properties, you can barely see it here, but this property is currently unplatted. If this property ever gets developed, it would require a plat, and we would seek to accommodate that matching right-of-way width. I'm going to pull up the elevations here.
And my last question, and maybe this is for the applicant, but do you know the relationship between Caravana and Odessa? Is it like, Caravana, I think, is new to the site, is that correct to say?
Yeah, that is my understanding as of maybe 2023 or 2024. We do have a representative from Carvana on Zoom, and I'm sure that she'll be able to clarify that as well. So this would be the south elevation of what you would see from the street.
From what I can gather too, from my fellow commissioners, I believe those vertical accent lines are gutter downspouts, from what I can gather.
Yep.
The bigger ones?
Yeah. So it's not like articulation in the skin, it's the flat wall with gutters.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that here on this edge.
Yeah.
So really, I think that would be kind of the one thing that staff will obviously continue to work with the applicant on to make sure that we meet those guidelines that are established for the industrial district.
Where on the property is the fuel storage scheduled to go?
Let me pull up that. So it is within the secured area bound by the fence that is currently there. It is right here where I'm hovering over this. And again, this was the original proposed car wash location that is not proposed anymore. The changes this area here now with the floor plan.
So the landscape improvements that are being provided, obviously are just being placed where it's convenient, not necessarily screen the new building.
Yeah, again, the screening in this matter is not necessarily a requirement of the code. I think that, and I'll let the applicant speak to the reasoning for installing landscaping within this area. When it comes to building expansion or things like that that don't require, that aren't a part of a plat design, would just be related to that requirement of shrubbery to
Yeah.
around the building to kind of break up that wall.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions for staff at this time?
What requirements do we currently have around fuel storage, such as they're proposing here?
I don't think that there is anything in the code specifically the zoning ordinance specifically related to fuel storage, but the requirements that they'll have to adhere to are more so in the state fire code. So that'll be like bollards around the area, so there isn't any worry for damage or anything like that.
Setbacks, principal buildings, emergency shutoffs, everything like that. So,
In that detail, I guess I didn't do an analysis of the setbacks in comparison with the location of the proposed storage area. Staff is confident that setbacks can certainly be met on this property with these.
You know, asking this question because I don't know, fuel containment, should there a leak occur in the tanks? I mean, what does the code require for that? I mean, a lot of facilities are using the double wall tanks,
Yeah,
you know,
and
so that you have that extra.
I don't know, I mean, I can say for what I've seen, and I don't know if it's required, but I'm assuming it's a double hull tank with kind of I refer to it as a bathtub, so if there's a leak, it's going to stay within that bathtub confinement.
Yeah, I've also seen other facilities where they actually have a concrete barrier all the way around the tank, so if the tank did leak, it would stay in the barrier, and what goes in that barrier doesn't run out into the storm sewer and such. I was just curious, because I don't know the
Yeah, I
answer to
mean,
that.
more likely, the spills are gonna happen when you're fueling a vehicle, where the vehicle is, not necessarily where the tank is.
That's
more
a small
often.
spill compared to
That-
the tank
yeah,
full
right.
spill.
That'll all be administered by the building code too, right? So the plan review process by the building official will review to make sure that spill containment and requirements are met.
Yeah,
But
I've
it's
just
good to
been-
ask. It's
I've
good to
just been
ask.
asked that question,
Yeah.
and I didn't have an answer to it, so that's why I bring it up.
Yeah, I don't know the correct answer either, but I recall during the landscaping home business that came up, and there's a lot of state inspections involved, codes that they gotta meet, so they're the ones really enforcing whatever's required.
It is, and it's also based on the size of the tank, so there's a threshold where, you have fewer regulations versus more.
All right, any other questions? Applicant, putting the applicant forward. Name and address.
Got it. Yeah, my name's Alan Ketchel.
Just speaking to that mic there.
Alan Ketchpool with Kimley Horn Engineering, 767 Eustis Street, St. Paul. We also have Jen Roldan online with Carvana to answer any questions that I can't answer. I guess to answer a few of them, yes, the fuel storage, like I said, and Jen can confirm, but I think Carvana's, when the car leaves, it's half full or 2/3 full. So that's more the reason for that fuel containment there on site. car wash, like I said, in its previous location, we were having setback issues. And one of the conditions was can't be a standalone building. So that was one of the reasons we had just swapped it this week to be attached to the new building. Landscaping, yes, we will, with one of the conditions with this, we'll look at landscaping along the front of the building. Typically, it's, they want a hard surface perimeter around it for drainage and all of that. Landscaping doesn't do always great against the building, but we'll look at it and install some along the south side of that building at least. With the multiple garage doors, it's kind of pieced in there, but we'll do our best. That's why we kind of showed it out along the road to get some landscaping in there. Just to do some screening for the site, at least at a minimum. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, Hayden hit on most of the points. Happy to answer any questions I can, or Jen online.
Yeah, the one question I had, and maybe Jen's the right person, but just to describe the relationship between Odessa, who I believe is the owner of the site,
Correct.
and Carvana.
Okay.
Oh, if she is talking, we cannot hear her. Let me,
Is it the TV speaker?
it's working back there, you said?
Go to the volume.
See if we can hear her now. Jen, go ahead and try and talk here.
Okay, I've been
There we go.
trying to.
Yes.
Okay, sounds great. So, good evening. Happy to answer that question. Essentially, the relationship between Adessa and Carvana, at the end of 2020 and 2021, Carvana acquired all of the Adessa auto auctions across the nation. And so, Carvana is essentially a parent company to Adessa.
Thank you.
And so that's the relationship between the two. At this particular site, Adessa is leasing this particular site, and so we are just wanting to expand the overall operations here. Really no change to the existing uses of the facility.
And is this all one property?
It is
So
not.
it's multiple buildings on the same site, or is it separate properties?
So you can see here, this is one large property, roughly 35 acres, and then these buildings are separate parcels.
And
I can't remember.
the parent company, Carvana, the parent company, now owns all three parcels.
Yes, it's still under the same ownership as previous. I believe it's,
Whatever the legal entity
Yep,
LLC
exactly.
name is, but
Yep.
Carvana is the controlling entity. Okay.
So this is the first building on that property then?
yes,
At this-
that is
at that
correct.
point, yeah.
There's a wetland complex up here, and then vacant land over in this area, and the rest of it is surface parking.
I know we're kind of talking about it as three properties, but to me, it's one property. Do they actually even have cross easements for access in place? I don't necessarily think they should, because it's one owner, but I'm just saying, I think in my mind, I'm viewing it as one property. Not that I don't think it matters, but Yep.
Yeah, I did not verify whether there were access agreements or anything in place.
Okay.
Yeah, just the smaller one on the west doesn't have direct access to Territorial. The other building on the south or east does have access, it looks like, and then obviously the bigger property has access too, so. Yeah.
And I guess the cross-access could be something that would solve that access for that parcel. At the same time, if that individual parcel was ever sold, because they do have street access or they are adjacent to the public street, they would be able to install their own access on that property. Again, if it was ever sold to a different entity.
I think this is just my perspective, and I don't know how it should, if it needs to even go into any conditions, but to me, the parcels, all three of them should be tied together as part of an approval, because if for some reason they start piecemealing it off, it's not good for the city for how effective development plan will ever proceed forward, whether that's 50 years from now, 70 years from now. It would be not pretty. Not efficient.
Sure.
And which ultimately relates to less property taxes per acre, or however you want to look at it.
Sure.
So in other words, having site plan review approval that's tied to all three parcels. Like in this case, we're just looking at site plan review.
Yeah, and then, correct. And it's more of a, well, it's a CUP, correct?
Currently,
Yeah.
like
And are they,
pre-existing.
yeah, so does the current CUP have anything in there about if they can sell off things individually?
Not that I recall, no, because I believe that the original approval, this was one whole
Yeah.
piece. And if I'm recollecting correctly, I believe that they parceled off the areas when these facilities were built, in regard to access charges that were on a per acre basis.
Right. And so my concern is, I guess, where they're placing this building, not that it's wrong, because that's how they're working it all together, because they're viewing it as one property, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
But in the long term, it's creating a mess if it were to ever be sold off separately, or tried to, for redevelopment. It's just, yeah, it's not a very efficient use. And I think that no one probably ever thought about that, because one, you didn't need to, because there wasn't a building, it was all service parking lot. It was likely if they were sold, it's because Adessa chose to sell the land and take that money and go somewhere else. And obviously, Carvana probably just plans to stay here forever, but it just, I don't know how you can tie that into as a condition, but to me, in the long term, like 50 years from now, if there's a different model of selling cars, and for example, at that time, it might have a higher value as, hey, let's sell them as 3 buildings, that's not good for the city.
I guess the other question I have too is that in 1996, you said the conditional use permit was approved for this type of use. Was it for all 3 parcels or just one parcel, or how is that?
It was for the parent parcel, which is essentially all 3 of them combined.
Okay, it's all 3 combined.
Yep,
All right.
so the conditional use permit is tied to the entire
Right.
site.
So then, any new construction related to a conditional use permit, Dayton considers as a site plan approval and not an amendment to that conditional use permit?
Yes, I would say yes in terms of reviewing this when they originally submitted, only because the use itself is not changing or expanding. The parking area is basically just turning into covered parking. They're already doing reconditioning on the site. And the footprint of the use itself was not considered to be an expansion, I guess, in this regard.
Okay.
That was my interpretation.
Was the original CUP allowing for minor repairs and reconditioning?
No, the CUP was specific to auto auction. Minor repair for auto in the industrial district is permitted.
Yeah, I don't know if it meets the requirements for a CUP amendment, but I'm gonna leave that for you guys to decide, or other planners in the room that know a lot more about that. But That's my concern, is
It's just whether,
in 50 years from now, all of
Yeah.
a sudden, if the highest value is to sell the three individually, why wouldn't they do that? But that's not good for the city.
Well, and that brings up a question, just playing around on the county GIS. The owner of these 3 lots that we're talking about also owns 1 lot to the west, so the 4th one.
Is that part of the IUP too,
And that was my question.
or CUP?
Are you talking about this parcel here?
Nope, just to the west of that.
This here?
Yep. There's a 4-acre parcel there as well, or 3.8 acres.
So that I'm not familiar with. I do not believe that the conditional use permit included that originally.
Okay.
I believe that there was an interim use permit requested for additional properties, one to the south of Territorial Road, that was approved, never actually occurred. Things must have changed with their plans or something like that. So from a high level, for all I know is that they may have purchased that property and tried to incorporate that into that interim use permit that did not continue on.
Yeah, it looks like from
South,
records it
too.
was purchased afterwards, just wanted to confirm.
Yeah. I hate to incur additional cost on the applicant, but
Yeah.
is it, and if you don't know the answer, you don't have to answer, but is it super expensive to just replat it and combine the 3 lots to 1? That would solve the issue. Because at this point, you're not gonna incur any additional fees by doing it with it.
No, I mean, there were reasons they divided it. I think it was back in 2021. It was part of one of our agendas early on, that they broke it out and just had the buildings on the individual parcels. I'm trying to think, I don't know if there'd be issues with multiple buildings on the same property. I think they're far enough apart, it wouldn't be a problem.
I'll just note as well, as part of the site plan review, I'm not too familiar with this, but I'm not sure if the city can require a replat of a property based on a site plan review application.
Like I said, I think those were parceled off due to connection fees that were pretty steep at the time, so that's
Yeah.
why they kind of parceled them off for water and sewer connections. They got rid of the wells and septic. So with this new building, yes, I mean, Carvana's gonna incur hefty fees because it's tied to the entire
Rest of the site.
rest of the site parcel, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it is easy to replat it, which I'm not saying it is, I'm sure it costs, I know it costs something. I think it would solve my concern. I mean, generally have no concerns about the project. I just want to make sure the city's set up for some reason, this whole model changes in 50 years.
Jen, I don't know if you want to answer this, but would you have any objection to combining the 3 parcels into 1?
I guess my only concern, with that would be the connection fees, because then at that point, the total acreage would grow.
So do the fees.
The connection fees are already paid on the other 2 though.
Yes. We can figure that out so that it's not, it's not increasing, I guess.
The other thing I do want to caution is again, on a high level, I'm not sure if the city outright allows 3 principal facilities on one parcel. So that would be another thing that we would have to look into before anything moved forward with that.
And again, nothing against this project, it's just the hodgepodge design that's getting created with the plat, that I just don't think that's a good practice for the city to get involved in. This is a big chunk of land.
but it's legal, right? I mean, they're able to do it. They're legally able to do it with the property that they have, and I'm sure their attorneys have looked at over this and said, here's how we want to do it. So, yeah, I agree that it could be messy in the future, but, I think that's something that Dayton can contend with if it ever came to that in 50 years.
So I think we should have our legal team understand too, is if they truly do or do not need a CUP amendment for this.
Jen, just to be clear, that combining the 3 parcels is something you would consider if there's not additional connection fees associated with it?
It would be something we would be willing to consider. It's not anything that I would be able to speak to
Sure.
or give an answer to tonight.
Yep.
But potentially, like I mentioned before, I think the largest concern is the connection fees. We're going in for quite a bit for proposed project in the existing acreage as it currently sits.
Yeah.
I know that Hennepin County does minor combinations pretty frequently. There's like very little cost involved with that. It's a form that you fill out. I don't know if it's for 3 lots. It might only be from 2 to 1. I don't know if it goes from 3 to 1. But essentially, you give the 3 PID numbers. You say where, the lot descriptions, all this stuff. You give it to Hennepin County. They create a new lot with 1 PID for tax purposes. They do that all the time. So I don't think that process is going to be too cumbersome for the owner if they want to pursue that. The other advantage to that potentially could be that you don't have to worry about internal lot lines meeting setbacks for car washes. So, I mean, there's some advantages if you want to look at it that way as well.
Yeah, as Commissioner Sargent said, we do have an administrative process for that in our code that we work with Hennepin County with.
I know Ramsey County just did one that I was working on where it's 5 parcels, adjacent parcels were combined to 1.
Yeah, we can look at it.
I have no other questions for the applicant.
Any other questions for the applicant? No. All right, thank you. Any other further discussion on this item? It's a site plan review, not a public hearing, so. Any other?
Encourage staff to continue to work on the architectural requirements. Like you said, you're going to just see what you can do to make sure this building meets those, so. Not a lot you can do with a metal building, but anything we can do to clean it up a little bit would be good.
I think unfortunately, this is the largest parcel we have on 81 right now, or on the BNSF side
Yep.
of 81, and we did not address concerns that I brought up when we talked about the Opus development of screening from that side,
From 81.
from 81, yeah. And so that's a concern of mine with this project. Yes, we do have a freight rail corridor in there, and that's what it's abutting, but I think as you guys, as I expressed at that time, and I'll express it again, is, it's a wide open corridor, and yeah, there's infrequently a train through there, but I think the screening on that side is just as important as it is on the Territorial side.
The packet notes that the building height is about 21 feet. If I remember correctly, the railroad track is above the higher elevation than 81. Could be wrong. So the thought, probably the railroad track is going to hide at least the lower half of the building.
I mean, we're just exchanging open parking lot for building, so.
Yeah, I guess my concern is we could have and be more thoughtful about providing maybe some vegetation on that side than
No, I mean, we're seeing parking lot.
than volunteer stuff that's going on the rail, so.
I think the only, if I can speak.
Yeah.
The only
If you could come up to the mic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Apologies. So everything to the north, the only concern is we have that, there's a large gas line running like right along that property line. So I also wanted to put landscaping up there, but with that gas main running in there through that easement, I can't put anything along that entire north property line and even along the western side of the new building. So that is one of the drawbacks or limitations for landscaping up there.
Yep.
Unless the building was shifted farther away from the property line.
Does that gas line show up on any of our exhibits here?
Yeah, it's on the 12th page of that specific, it's on the survey, so there's a colored picture of what, right there, that one has the, all the easements laid out on there.
And that's the formerly New Star Sunoco line? Correct?
I think it's jet fuel or whatever.
Yeah.
Is there a certain easement off of that line that you have to stay away from?
I'm sorry?
Is there
It's
an
it's
easement?
50-foot wide easement. Well, we've had to deal with it in a couple of developments.
Yeah.
And since we don't own the
Yeah,
easement,
so
we
it's-
wouldn't have the ability to approve a landscape design in there without their permission.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want the applicant to have to put stuff in there and then someday watch it all get removed.
All right, any other,
Looking at the current street view, the highway isn't at any different elevation than the railroad. You can drive by now and look
It does.
over the railroad, and you can see the cars parked in the parking lot. So there
Yep.
can't be much elevation difference, if any,
Yeah.
between the two. I didn't remember that there was either, but it's been a few years since I walked those tracks when I was a kid, so.
all right, with that, we'll move on to item 8B.
Well, we could
Oh.
use a motion.
Oh, a motion?
Yeah.
Do we need a motion?
We need a motion on the site plan?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
recommendation.
I guess I make a motion to recommend the site plan for the Carvana / Adessa site at 18270 Territorial Road for the Adessa auto auction as presented by staff.
And I'll just add that I hope that the applicant can combine the parcels. I'm not making it, I don't think we can make it a condition.
No, I don't believe we can either, but we can ask.
We can encourage.
Please.
Can I, before we proceed with the vote, make a suggestion or propose that the building moves 15 feet south to allow buffer between the parking and the gas line to allow one row of trees? See if the applicant can look into that. I don't know what the official buffer would need to be in order to get trees successfully planted, if 15 feet's enough or not, but
So first, we'll just take a second for the motion, if there is one, before the discussion.
sure.
All right, we need a little administrative help here. If we second, we have to vote before we.
No, the
potentially-
discussion occurs prior to,
Right.
But if you second, we have to vote on the motion.
We have to vote on it. Well, we gotta
Eventually.
either, I'll second it, and then you will deny it and restart, or I'll second. So my question I have with Paul's suggestion is that a condition that we can even make?
if the buffer requirements are not laid out for the industrial district as requested, we cannot require something like that for a site plan review. And I'll just note as well is that the setbacks are in general being met on the property as well.
So Paul's comment would be another good suggestion to the applicant to consider.
I would say it would be a good suggestion. However, I would caution the planning commission from including that as a recommendation.
The only other consideration then is to, if your legal team decides that this is actually a conditional use permit amendment, then type of condition could certainly be applied to that application. But if this is just a site plan approval, then if it's meeting all minimum code standards as presented, then I agree that we have to act on what's being presented in front of us tonight.
I mean, and I don't know the legal terms of it, but it seems when you're substantially increase in the amount of building, like, is it triple? I'm not sure. To me, that seems that would fall under a CUP amendment. I mean, obviously, we didn't write this CUP, it's from the past, so maybe it doesn't. But in general, it seems to me you're amending the CUP when you have that big of an addition.
Yeah, and we'll certainly clarify that.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right.
I'll just be clear to the applicant, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, but if a CUP amendment was required, just because if they end up going down this road, they want to know, I don't think I'd have an issue with it. I might support Paul's suggestion. I would like to see all one plat, but other than that, I don't really see anything different other than staff's recommendations.
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify, so the motion and second is to recommend approval as the resolution is written, but also request that Carvana consider combining the three properties into one, and for Carvana to consider adding a tree line buffer along the railroad tracks.
Yeah, and before this goes to the council, I think it'd be good to understand if a CUP amendment's really needed or not,
Sure.
based upon what was approved.
Okay.
So just for clarification for me, what staff is advising is that all of the conditions that we're thinking about or talking about are something that we cannot do because of what's sitting in front of us, because it fits our ordinances.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't require, well, current interpretation, it doesn't require a CUP amendment.
Good thing we're here.
Good thing you're here. Yeah. It's a beautiful night out. Yep.
Yeah, it is a little odd if it's a site plan review that you can't make comments about a site plan to that tree line.
Yeah, my question is why are we even looking at it if we have no input on
Anyway,
the whole plan?
It's the first building on this property,
Us-
essentially, right?
It
Yep.
is the way it's written.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
With
So
it being
usually-
3 units.
Usually we would screen buildings. So,
Well, we ran into that
Yes.
though we ran into that with the Opus of, our ordinance, the way it's written is we have it on a street frontage, and I argued that the 81 side is a street frontage.
If I could
The
just
way-
ask a question about the buffer concern, being that this is adjacent to a major roadway and the properties across the street from this area are all zoned the same as industrial, I guess my question would be, what would be the benefit of requiring a buffer in this regard? Because a lot of the times those buffers are for more intense uses next to adjacent properties that may be residential or maybe commercial in nature that aren't as intense. So offering that buffer kind of lessens any potential nuisance factors. So I guess I would just ask, what would the benefit be for a buffer?
When we went through the cubes, at least, the landscaping, we had landscaping along 81, and that's what the buffer is providing. It's providing the landscaped area against the major roadway.
Okay.
yeah, obviously it's a major roadway that just cuts the corner of our city. It's an industrial area, but why not have vegetation lining that road as opposed to industrial buildings, right? It is an industrial area, but you can still have vegetation lining the road to make the road experience more pleasant.
I think some of those concerns also revolve around the fact that some of these other buildings, especially industrial, would have loading docks that might have rows of semi-traffic or semi-trailers being stored, which may not be as appealing to motorists driving by as the back of a building. In this case, you probably won't have that, so I'm not as concerned, but I could see the chair's concern with potentially wanting to screen outdoor storage, essentially, of trailers.
And I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been the triggering factor for the Cubes building, being those loading docks are adjacent to 81. And if there's specific provisions within the code for loading docks related to what are the things that you need to do if you were going to have this area on the site.
It's certainly difficult when you have a two-sided property, right? You have rights of way on two sides, and which one do you want to take precedence over the other?
I mean, these aren't overly attractive buildings. right? So
They're industrial buildings.
They're industrial buildings. They are what they are. Why not be a good neighbor? They own a lot of property. I tend to assume they're planning on staying here for a while. Plant a row of maple trees and just make it look a little nicer.
Certainly, yeah, and
know,
I
it's
didn't mean
15
any,
feet.
I didn't mean anything by
Yeah, no,
the
I mean, we're
question.
recommending body. I'm recommending it, whether it gets a part of the formal approval or not. It's on the record. They're hearing it. They can decide if that's what they want to do or not.
Right.
So,
And I understand where Commissioner Crossland and Peter are coming from. I probably side more with Commissioner Sargent that I'm not as concerned. I think it would be a improvement if you did what Commissioner Crossland is suggesting. And it's more consistent with, how the Opus and Scannell's deals went down too, in my opinion. It is 81, there is a railroad corridor. But I understand wholeheartedly where Commissioner Crossland's coming from. And it's shared Demuth.
There's nothing aesthetically pleasing when you look from 81 and you see multiple acres of nothing but vehicles sitting there. That's not pleasing to the eye at all. The problem we have is with the railroad and right-of-way. That right-of-way changes every time they come through there and cut all the brush down along the tracks. If they let the brush grow, you'd have a forest between 81 and the tracks, and you'd have another forest between their property and the tracks. Unfortunately, we don't have any control over that. I mean, the railroad's gonna come in there and they're gonna clear that out. One year, you may not be able to see any cars from there, and the next year they come through and they clean it all out, and you go, how'd we miss that? Well, we're here saying we shouldn't be missing that. We should be doing something along the corridor, along the railroad property, as close as we can, that's gonna shield that, something that we can control. I think that's what Paul's talking about, and that makes sense to me, because we have no control over what the railroad does. I've seen them trim that out of there probably every 5, 6, 8 years. They go in there and clean cut the whole thing down. We used to get ticked off when we were kids because they wrecked our forts in the trees.
shouldn't be playing along 81. It's not safe.
Or the railroad track then, because they went by at 75, 80 miles an hour, right?
All right, well,
It does, I just want to reiterate something to staff too, that Commissioner Crossman brought up. It does seem strange that we don't have any input when this is the first building on this parcel, but hopefully they combine the parcels and hopefully they take some of the recommendations we gave here into consideration.
And like I said, we'll certainly reach out and clarify the question about the conditional use permit amendment. And your comments are well taken, and we'll certainly reach out and ask that question as well as what is the, I guess, the latitude that the planning commission has in regard to site plan reviews. Site plan reviews are typically not brought forward to the planning commission in other communities. A lot of the times, if the use is permitted, again, this is a little bit of a unique situation, but under certain circumstances, if a property is proposed to be developed and meets all of the requirements, doesn't require a conditional use permit in general, it is not seen by the planning commission or city council.
That's what makes Dayton such a special city. The people that live in the city and the commission that represents those people wants to see those things. They don't want a rubber stamp of it from somebody else. They want to have input on it. That's why we're here.
So I believe, Chair,
We have a
motion.
motion and a second with a couple of strong recommendations and some homework for staff.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I,
No?
Motion passes 4-0, or 4-1. Sorry.
I've been called worse.
So this would tentatively go to the city council on January 27th at their meeting. We'll certainly provide a summary to the applicant about the recommendations related to the conversation had today.
All right, item 8B. A question before we get into 8B through,
Thank you, sir. And good luck.
Thank you. Have a great night.
question before we get into 8B through I. Can we hold the public hearing as one? Or do we need to do one for each one?
It was posted as one public hearing.
Okay.
It'd probably be a little easier to do rather than switching subject from subject to subject, since, I don't remember if there's 7 or 8 items.
Considering we have a huge audience online and in the room,
That-
it might not matter.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going with that, is unless we have someone on for a specific one.
It would be easiest for the minutes.
Okay.
If we have.
If we open and close,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yep.
Just wanted to, we'll do that.
More gavel use, man.
All right,
Feel
8B.
power.
Okay, so as we roll into these, just to kind of give you a little bit of a view. So we have kind of a laundry list of different ordinance amendments that we've just kind of kept on the back burner until we have time to do things. Typically during the month of December, it slows down a little bit, and that's the time to write ordinances. And so, being that this is January, we now get to see all these different items. So, first item is for section 101.03 for rules and definitions related to rounding. So in this past spring, the city council, or the planning commission, city council reviewed a concept plan for a project in which a topic came up, can we round lot area up for the purposes of determining density? So in this case, it's a 117.5 acre parcel. If it's rounded up to 120, the density is such that they're able to get another lot out of it. And the direction from the planning commission was not to change the ordinance, and that the developer should apply for a variance. In discussions with the city council, not necessarily specific to this item, but just ordinances in general, the council had kind of asked usually like when we have an ordinance, we'll bring it to the planning commission. If the planning commission gives direction of don't change anything, it just dies, and the council would like to see everything, whether the planning commission recommends a change or not. So that's why you're seeing this again tonight. So again, the planning commission's recommendation was not to round anything and just leave the ordinance alone. Staff agrees with this, although we have an ordinance amendment prepared that would round, and it's really hard to see here, but the new language states that for the purposes of measuring minimum lot area, the lot area shall be rounded to the nearest whole number. For example, 1.5 equals 2. For staff's recommendation against this is that there's, we'll probably keep using this term of unintended consequences, is that when we change one area of the code, it affects other areas that we may not anticipate at the time. So one example is how we measure property for animal units. Previously we're talking about using the measurement of acres. In animal units, we use the measurement of square feet. So in this case, you need 90,001 square foot in order to have one head of horse. That 90,001 square foot is equivalent of 2.06 acres, and that would be rounded to 2 acres, which is less than 90,000, which means you can't have a horse. It's probably not the best example, but that's one that kind of came to mind.
I happen to be looking at that ordinance right now.
Yeah?
That specific section also mixes square feet and acres.
Yeah.
And that says if you're less than 5.0 acre, yeah, this is a mess. Anytime you change units and suddenly your rounding changes, you got a math problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's even with the drafted ordinance, that was my first question, is why are we now doing acres versus square feet? When do we, because sometimes it's about square feet, sometimes it is about acres.
Yeah.
I think variances are there for a reason. And I think if it comes down to a couple square feet, I think the variance is going to be easily approved.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the council should be aware of why it's being approved and how it could be potentially affecting the city. So I agree that we should not do any rounding at all. Leave the ordinance as is.
I agree with Jeff too. I think it just opens up there's more unintended consequences we can even think of with the square feet and lot densities, like 2.5 versus 2.6 lots per acre. It just opens up a whole can of worms, and it's not our problem. I believe Commissioner Sargent said this originally. It's not our problem to solve these things. with the rounding error, and is what variances are for. And even with the potential Barron's property, if they want to come in for a variance to go to 120 to from 117.5, I mean, that is ultimately going to be a decision of the council and how it meets their initiatives and not, and what's the risk of it, and I think it's the better route.
I don't think anybody's opinion on this whole subject has changed from the last time it was discussed.
I'll just mention as a public hearing, we did publish a notice in the press that was published on December 25th, 2025.
So with that, at 7:35, I will open the public hearing. Anyone here to speak on that?
You should put the gavel down. You should just.
Oh, I usually
Donate your
give it over.
phone.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of had the same opinion that we have here. I think one of the things we challenged on this too, John, and I don't know if you've done any research on this, but I'm recalling, how, what impacts would this have, or, other governmental agencies like the Met Council and us using rounding, and how would that be impacted there? So don't necessarily need to get our hands slapped on things like that as well. I don't know if you have any more input from that, but.
No, I mean, it's not a good analogy, but if you think of spelling, if you've got, 3 different versions of there and they have different meanings, we should have, that's not how math works. It should all be the same answer.
All right, with that, it's 7:36. I will close the public hearing.
To be clear for this motion, are we making a motion to approve or deny rounding, or what are we making in a motion?
If you don't want anything to change, it would be a motion to deny the ordinance amendment.
I will make a motion to deny the ordinance
I'll
amendment.
second it.
We have a motion from Darren and a second from Keith. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next item, 8C.
Okay. Finish my notes quick.
Okay. We're going in order of sections of code rather than recency for previous discussions, but 8C is a consideration of an ordinance amendment to section 1001-051 residential district specific requirements. This section was added to the zoning ordinance to allow for event centers on an interim basis within the agriculture districts. At that time, the ordinance adopted currently still requires parking count equivalent to 1 stall per 200 square feet of occupiable space. Through review of the Thicket Hills Vineyard Event Center, if you recall, it was found that this requirement was inconsistent with similar uses in the commercial district, such as community centers and assembly halls that require 1 stall per 300 square feet. And then the applicants at that time had also presented some evidence related to what our surrounding communities requiring for this type of use. So to make it consistent across the board within the city of Dayton specifically, staff has drafted a ordinance amendment to change that from 200 square feet to 300 square feet. In review of this area as well, specific to the parking for event centers, staff has also included a provision that allows for overflow parking to be on an unimproved surface, as was approved for a couple of event centers within Dayton. Dean's Pumpkins and Magnus Veterans Foundation both have overflow parking as unimproved surfaces. So those are the 2 sections. The full draft ordinance amendment is in your packets. Again, this is a public hearing, and the Planning Commission is asked to provide a recommendation.
Aiden, what is overflow parking?
In excess of what is required.
The code.
Okay, in other words, that's really saying they can park on the grass if they run out of parking spots?
Yes.
Okay.
Which Magnus does for major events that they
Yeah.
have on their sites.
And I would suggest for future CUPs, if we don't have language, we kind of put some language in those CUPs that if overflow parking becomes needed on a very regular basis, the parking needs to change. Obviously, for special events, overflow parking is very appropriate.
Sure, you mean if it's routinely utilized on site?
Yes.
For current regulations, the overflow parking can only be on impervious surfaces unless they're given permission by the council.
All parking currently is required to be on an improved surface such as Class 5 or asphalt or concrete. However, the interim use permit approvals for those event centers, I guess, did not adhere to, the approvals did not adhere to those requirements at that time.
But they were still given permission to park in the grass, right?
That is correct.
So if we change this, then they don't have to ask permission, they can just park on the grass anytime they want. Is that,
Well-
am I reading this wrong?
No, this is essentially requires that you have to have parking count on an improved surface that matches that one stall per 300 square feet. If you choose to have designated areas as overflow parking on the property, if needed ever, it can be on the grass. So what I'm saying is, if there is a major event at Magnus Veterans Foundation, we're not going to go in and send them a violation notice because they had to utilize grass space for an event that they had on site.
So how do they currently handle it? Do they ask for permission prior to the event?
The parking that
Or do
was
they just park on the grass when the parking lot fills up?
The parking that was proposed at that site on unimproved surfaces was approved as is, as part of the interim use permit.
I
This just,
forget exactly how it went down, but I believe Magnus and Dean's Pumpkin Patch were kind of after the fact. Meaning they both were already approved, and then we came up with the event center code.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That I was
They were
not
already
clear
in
on.
existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were already operating.
What that language does is essentially codify what they are doing on site.
In the city.
Correct.
We do that in parks too.
Correct.
I think the proposed ordinance is reasonable as presented. I guess I would recommend approval, but if there's any other discussion, I'd do
Yeah.
that.
I'm gonna open the public hearing at 7:42.
The backup here in your special requirements lists one stall per 2 guests or one stall per 3 guests. Am I seeing that correctly, or am I not looking at the right place for this?
I saw that highlighted.
It's in the highlighted text in the packet you provided. Under the residential area special requirements. Community centers, theaters, assembly halls, auditorium, sports arenas, one space per 3 patrons at the
That is
maximum
the-
occupancy load.
That is a separate section. That's the
Okay.
parking regulation for the commercial uses of community centers and assembly halls. The highlighted text prior to that is that separate section that we are discussing right now.
Yeah, and that one also, one stall per 2 guests based on maximum occupancy of the building,
Correct.
which is different than the one per 300.
I think what Commissioner Crossland is asking is,
Are we
help connect the
using-
dots between what's in the package with the guest and the one per 300.
Yeah, we're using different
I might have confused myself here. Stand by.
standards. Because an assembly occupancy is actually like 15 square feet per person, so 300 square feet is 20 people. And so then if it's one stall per every 3 patrons, now all of a sudden you've got 6.5 stalls for that 300 square feet.
Might have conflated the calculations here when I drafted the ordinance. Let me pull up the,
You didn't use the math from the previous proposal, did you?
You do
Yeah.
round up or down?
You're out.
yeah.
Well, we're changing units.
Yeah, I think that I actually created a discrepancy in the ordinance amendment. I don't think that that was the intention to change it from 1 per 200 square feet or 1 per 300,
Yeah.
but it's more that patron number.
Yeah.
So I guess I would introduce an amendment to that ordinance for your consideration.
I think bottom line, if it's consistent with how the city's treating other similar uses, I'm in support of making that consistent across the board.
Yeah.
So I guess I really appreciate you bringing that up, Commissioner Crossland, because that was a mistake that I made in the ordinance amendment. The intent of this was to change it from 1 stall per 2 guests to 1 stall per 3 guests, not on a square foot basis. That amendment that I just verbally said is consistent with the commercial use of community center and assembly hall. So if you were to recommend approval of an ordinance amendment to match those, I would request that it be the 1 per 3, 1 per 3 patrons. So I apologize for that.
The good news is your drafted ordinance amendment is 1 per 3 yes.
Yeah.
Just your PowerPoint was wrong.
Yeah.
And then, just to be clear, that the 3-person, the determination on that is based on the occupancy of the building or the uses that are going to be used for that event, correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
the occupancy of the building. So forget what I said, I guess, it would be
Forget the 3
as
square
is.
feet, we're in the guest. 1 stall per 3 guests.
Okay.
In essence, what we're doing is we're reducing the lot size that has to be impermeable, gravel, whatever.
Yeah,
We're reducing what they have to provide currently
Yes.
and saying that they can park in the grass or in the field.
as long as they have established parking on an improved surface that meets that standard, then there would be the allowance for parking on grass.
As overflow.
And we set the parking lot that's got to be on gravel or asphalt or whatever now based on the occupancy of the building at the event center or facility?
That's correct, yep.
So is that a hard number that we have written down for each event center that we have in the city currently?
So it's dependent on the specific building that they are proposing at that time. The occupancy isn't essentially tied to how many stalls are there because the occupancy stays the same. But what I'm saying is it's not going to be a 1-to-1. So I think what you're asking is that if there is a full event and they are at maximum occupancy, you would think that they would be able to park on the improved surface and not have to have overflow parking. But this is a 1 stall per 3 person. So there's going to be a third of the parking spaces there in connection to the full occupancy load of the building. So there could still be that need for overflow parking.
My question is, how are we currently regulating the parking that they currently have before they go into overflow? If it's one for 2 or 1 for 3, I guess I don't really have a big issue with that. How are we deciding, or is that number written somewhere for each
Site
event
plan.
center that we
Yeah.
have? Has to have a maximum
You're talking-
occupancy,
How
right?
do we know what the occupancy of the buildings are? And that's based on building code.
Right, okay, so we know, if we know that number, then we know how much parking they're supposed to have before they hit the grass.
Correct,
Yeah.
yep, so that is all reviewed through the interim use permit process. So take the Thicket Hills example, say that their max occupancy is 300 people, and that is in the plans that is provided by the architect. Now, in connection with that, what is provided by the architect for the building plans, then the site plan shows, here's what we need for improved stall counts for that occupancy. And that's based on that calculation. So it's all of that improved surface parking is determined at the time of the interim use permit review.
And then even at the IUP review, it's important to take into consideration where the overflow would be. Like 3 of the 4 event centers, I think it's pretty clear. The orchard, not that it's not clear, but she's obviously got an orchard on the other land, so maybe, it's just stuff like that you'd consider when the IUP is approved, where the parking is positioned and where the overflow might be. And even at the IUP level, it's important to keep in mind that, and I'm not trying to pick on the orchard at all, but they don't really have a building that has commercial occupancy currently. Or even if they did, there might be a use, and that was back to my original comment, there might be a use that does require more than the 1 per 3, but this is the baseline. And at the IUP level, that's when you can, make it more stringent or not stringent.
keep in mind that the minimum parcel size for an event center is 30 acres. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there's,
It's more how they use the parcel, where
Right.
it might not be easy to have overflow parking. To keep in mind that you might say, yeah, you need to carve out more.
whatever you're growing to attract people there, yeah.
You might lose some of that if
Yep.
you need it. I'm generally in favor of this, as Hayden wrote in the ordinance, 1 stall per 3 guests.
I'm gonna close the public hearing. 7:49.
And I guess, again, the big reason I'm in favor of it, same as Commissioner Sargent, is this is what we do in other similar type uses, assembly halls, churches, et cetera. Makes sense. And I'm assuming too that this is what you also vetted surrounding communities are more in line with too.
Correct, yep. I've seen anywhere from 1 per 3 to 1 per 5.
Yeah.
Can make a motion to approve based on 1 stall per 3 occupants.
I'll second.
Motion from Paul, a second from Darren. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 8D, mixed-use districts.
All right, so this is stemming from a conversation we had in review of 2 concept plans for assisted living nursing home facilities in the GMU4 Balsam mixed-use district. Both the Planning Commission and City Council reviewed this in December and provided positive feedback on the uses in general, with some additional comments or recommendations that were provided for the applicants to incorporate in a subsequent application. Currently, multifamily uses are permitted within the district. As such, the draft ordinance currently proposed for assisted living and nursing home facilities is as a principal use to be allowed as a permitted use within this district, just to be consistent with other multifamily uses in the district. There was a lot of discussion about whether this should be permitted use or a conditional use at both the Planning Commission and City Council level. Staff provided the recommendation that it be allowed as a permitted use. Again, as noted previously, excuse me, that any building 3 stories or larger would require a conditional use permit separately. If the Planning Commission does wish to recommend approval of the ordinance to be a conditional use for assisted living and nursing home facilities, staff will revise the ordinance amendment prior to the City Council reviewing. Again, as written, staff does recommend approval, and this is, again, a public hearing as well.
All right, with that, I will open the public hearing at 7:52. And open up for discussion.
I appreciate staff with their recommendation. I think at the original meeting, I was more on the line as CUP. I can understand why it could just be a permitted use, so I appreciate you guys speaking up and driving that home. My more concern of maybe, and I'm kind of on the fence, so I'm interested in hearing other commissioners, but obviously senior housing is a business as much as it is multifamily units. And the other probably the bigger concern is that I don't think our GMU4 district has a true identity, and that's a little scary. Not to pick on Mr. Hutner Enterprises, but even when they came in here, we basically had to push the code aside for the approval for his expansion. And it made sense, right? The code for GMU4 is written for something that essentially requires the redevelopment of all these parcels. And that's where I think I don't know how that ties into a CUP or not, but I guess that's my bigger concern with this area, and this CUP in this area is it just doesn't have a good identity and a good long-term plan right now. And so for that reason, I maybe would lean more towards CUP, but I do understand where you're coming from, and I don't see a ton of harm in if it was permitted use.
And again, like with a site plan review, separate from a conditional use permit where you can tack on additional conditions related to the permit, they're still going to have to meet all of the guidelines of the GMU4.
I just think it's going to be very flexible, in particular next comp plan
Sure.
around, it's like, what's really gonna happen here? Because that's probably when the discussion's gonna occur.
I think the only, I guess
And the other thing I would just say too is if the city really wants to see redevelopment here, they have to think about the when and how they're gonna help that happen, because it's not gonna happen otherwise. These uses are just gonna continue. And not saying you should do that, to be honest.
Well, the major block of land for this GMU4 area will be taken up now, right? We've got the townhomes, we've got 2 apartment buildings, we'll have senior living center on the River Road. And now all that's left is the existing businesses, which a lot of them probably don't have a plan to move, right? So it's
And need
landlocked.
variances like Hutner did if they
Yeah.
wanna do anything different.
Yeah. So the only thing that can really happen then is the redevelopment of the corner gas station into a more robust convenience store.
Quick Trip. Give me a
It may
call.
be a quick trip. I would call them if I was provided their phone number.
Yeah, I think that the west side of this, the east side of Balsam Lane has been approved under this current language in the GMU4 district. I think just going off of what that situation with the Hutner Enterprise building, if I'm not mistaken, I think there was an ordinance amendment that was drafted or adopted after the fact to allow for an expansion in this area of non-conforming uses for commercial. I believe up to 20 or 30% of the building width can be, or the building size can be added onto without requiring a variance or something like that. But yeah, I certainly understand what you mean.
And even if it's related to it, I don't want to get too sidetracked here because we're going to stay on schedule and set a record here, but even within the GMU4, it was intended for redevelopment, but if we're going to cap it at 2 stories or a CUP at 3 stories, it's just that much harder for redevelopment to occur. And it makes complete sense because of the abutting uses that it shouldn't be, probably tall buildings.
So Darren, are you pushing for this as a permanent use or as a
I
conditional
think the
use?
argument for a CUP is it allows us more flexibility when an applicant comes in while we figure out the GMU4. But with that being said, I don't know if it's going to really change anything, like if it was permitted. I just, like Hayden said, they still got to meet all the code requirements, and I don't think we're going to, if it's over 2 stories, it already needs a CUP, so I don't think we're going to do much different with senior housing either, so that's why it's like, I'm kind of on the fence. That's why I'd be curious of other people as they chime in.
So
I would be leaning towards CUP and leaning strongly that way still. I think what's really an issue to me is that when these areas like the GU4, like we're talking about on this whole lane here, abut residential areas, we haven't in the code, in my mind, set any kind of a buffer zone between what we're sticking in there for commercial properties and the residential properties that are adjacent to it. I think on those areas where they abut together, we strongly need to look at something that's some kind of a buffer. Across the street, along the county road is one thing, but when you're building it in somebody's backyard, those houses have been there for 20, 30, some of them probably almost 40 years now. Noon's Edition been there a whole lot longer than I can't remember when I wasn't there, and I'm old. So I think there needs to be in the code some kind of a transition between the two. I mean, we had the homeowner that was here that next to this property that was going to be 3 stories high that they were proposing in his backyard. I mean, that's a horrible thing to stick against residential. And if we change the code so that, I think we back ourselves into a corner, just like we were talking about earlier with the development with Carvana. If we back ourselves into a corner and say, well, we can't do anything because they meet all the requirements,
So this is
then we've taken ourselves right out of the whole picture.
I want to add some clarity. So this is specific to assisted living. Should it be permitted use
I know.
or conditional use?
Right.
And on top of that, I'll just note, there are transitional feature requirements in the code that properties have to adhere to when they're adjacent to a less intense use. In this example, a mixed-use district is adjacent to a residential district, requiring additional screening and landscaping along that buffer,
How
along
about
that.
setback requirements?
The setback
Yeah,
requirements?
there's still butted right up to these people's backyards, right?
Yeah, there are requirements, additional setback requirements when they are adjacent to residential. Now, maybe that's a 10-foot setback, or I'm sorry, a 20-foot setback in comparison to a 10-foot setback.
What is it in this area currently?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Looking at that site plan that we saw, it's not significant. It's probably 30 feet max, maybe 40.
Well, there's also overhead utility lines that are along the property line too.
Which, that, again, any use, apartment could come in, not the two-story apartment, never gonna happen, but they could come in right now and build up to 40 feet to the wall, or whatever the code says. And again, maybe I shouldn't be picking on senior housing, because that's why I'm on the fence.
No,
I don't know if it matters.
I don't want it to come off like have anything against senior housing. I don't. I clearly don't. I mean, the property that was proposed along Dayton Road there, I think it's a perfect fit for that area. I mean, it's a needed thing. I mean, it's going to be aesthetically pleasing to people driving by. I don't think it's going to be some big ugly thing that's stuck in somebody's backyard. I mean, everybody expected along there to be commercial along there anyway. It's probably going to be a whole lot nicer than some other things that could come in and get stuck in there. But it's on the other side of the street that bothers me. The side that bothers, or that borders up against the residential area. I don't have an issue with the nursing home thing at all, on either property, although on the smaller, I don't know how the heck they make that work. But I really have an issue with the multi-story in somebody's backyard.
I think it comes,
That's
for
what-
me, it
that
comes down
causes me
to,
heartburn.
yeah, I think it comes down to like what path allows us to still have say, control over how these properties are developed against other properties, right? So
Well said,
if
yeah.
we allow this to be a condition, or part of the approved uses, do we still have that ability to look at that concept plan and make changes and force them to, you know, do things that'll help the neighborhoods, right? Or is it better to not have this included and let it be a CUP so we have more of those conditional uses that we can add to it?
I think something that should be considered here is what Darren was kind of saying, is that right now, this district does allow for apartment buildings as a permitted use. So regardless of if it's an ugly 3-story or 2-story apartment or an ugly 2-story senior care facility, it's still a building that could be that close to the property line with the potential of being 3 or more stories with a conditional use permit. So in that sense, I think that allowing these assisted living facilities or senior homes facilities as a permitted use is still consistent with other like intense uses that could be allowed as a permitted use. The other question is whether or not we would want to look at degrading that and saying, okay, now all apartments that could be 2 or 3 stories, everything that's multifamily should be a conditional use instead of a permitted use, right? So maybe that's the consideration that we have to make if we want more of that say over what goes in or how close to property lines, things of that nature. Then maybe we should be looking at whether or not everything should be a conditional use and not permitted.
Or potentially everything over 1 story is a CUP. And then seniors
Or
permitted.
do it that way.
Or everything's CUP. But the area kind of, I don't know, it kind of lacks in it. I mean, they developed the low-hanging fruit, and we've got 2 vacant parcels that they're attacking. And the most dense parcel, if it ever redevelops, would be actually the Rain Tree Plaza has a huge chunk of vacant land too. That to me is completely different planning than the rest of the stuff that abuts the single-family homes. So
The only other thing I will say is that every city has this issue with that type of transitional between residential and commercial and industrial. It is every single city has this problem with what is that appropriate transition between residential and the higher intensity.
You know, it's not even just commercial to residential. I mean, right next to me, I've got 11 3-story houses.
Yeah.
And the development was allowed to build up 6 feet on top of that. So they're looking right down into my bedroom.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where you almost wish every different development type had some sort of buffering, but that would be just, you'd have a lot of land that was
buffering.
So if I could, there's two different directions I think the planning commission is going. One is preferring a conditional use permit versus permitted for assisted living. And then the second direction is looking at the whole GMU4 district from the bottom up.
Me personally, I don't know if it's worth tackling the whole GMU4 at this point in time. Especially since we have 2 applications, I don't know what's gonna happen with them,
Yeah.
because that would likely delay them.
Yes.
And if that's the case, that's the case, but to me, I think that the issue that everyone's bringing up is we could just add to the amendment, like, if we decided senior housing was a permitted use, we just add another layer amending the GMU4 that either all uses are a CUP or all uses over 1 story are a CUP. I personally think we make it that simple unless we're really, I mean, those other properties aren't gonna probably redevelop anytime soon. So to me, I don't know if the effort of figuring out this whole area right now is worth it.
I wish somebody 15 years ago had figured out that it was worth it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time we looked at it and fixed it.
I'll just note too that I did
I
write
would have
the,
this-
I think there's bigger things we could fix, but yeah.
I did write the public hearing notice to incorporate the whole section, so if that, it wasn't specific to that, what is it you allowed for use in that multifamily? So if there was an added amendment to the ordinance amendment proposed to require a conditional use permit for facilities 2 stories and taller, you could do that tonight.
One thing just to clear in my mind, is there, if you apply for a CUP versus a regular application, there's different fees, is that correct?
Yes, but it's not a choice. I guess you said if you apply for a CUP versus, I mean, the code's gonna dictate what is required,
Right, so
but yes.
for example, the senior housing that had 3 stories, they have to apply for a CUP. What's the additional fees versus if they only said, no, we're gonna go 2 stories? Or 1 story?
Well, they would have to still apply for a site plan review,
Yep.
so there'd be 2 fees, and I believe that it's $400 a piece,
Okay, so nothing substantial.
Plus the
There's
escrow,
no,
yeah.
plus the escrow.
yep.
Which
Okay.
in my experience, I just asked them to submit the most expensive escrow of the 2,
Yep.
rather than both of them.
I would be all in favor of supporting a CUP for anything over 1 story. I don't know if, I'd be curious to hear if other people think, I don't know if a CUP on all uses is necessary.
Do we, on the 1-story front, and just thinking about some of the buildings that are out there, and is there a CUP required for a certain height limit, not necessarily a story? And that's, it's a little subjective, because to Dennis's point of, well, they could build up 6 feet, I get that as well.
I guess it would really depend on what the height requirements are.
Yeah.
For a 1, I mean, it probably doesn't even call it out, well, it probably doesn't call it out if we're doing CUP for 2 stories, the height is probably.
Oh, there's probably a maximum height, and my guess, if I'm not mistaken, it might be like 45 feet or.
Then we get to deal with all the fun ways of measuring height.
Yeah. Right.
Is it before they put
I
the
know.
8 feet
No,
of fill in?
not a bad way.
I
Or after?
understand.
No rounding.
Yeah, no rounding.
Nope, it just says 2 or 3, it only references stories.
It seems like there should be a building height. I mean, to me, if you're gonna allow a commercial use in there, is industrial actually allowed in GMU4? I think that was the issue with either. 2. I don't believe it's no longer an allowed use.
He's not really
I think he's a business.
He's like a small, yeah, he's a commercial auto
Yeah.
repair.
Yeah.
But and some of those other ones are really not industrial, but they're kind of borderline. I mean, they're not doing anything industrial, but they're, you know, have small contractor operations and use a garage or whatever. Because if industrial's not allowed, I'm not too concerned about height. I mean, what are they gonna build 1 story? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Industrial is not allowed.
Then I'm not too concerned about the height.
And I'll say too that, just going back to the concerns about the traditional, or the transitional features, regardless if a conditional use permit is required, there's still going to be that requirement for the buffer on these single-story facilities that are adjacent. And then there's also requirements for headlight screening along property lines as well. I think that's where the buffer requirements really come in, not necessarily towards the building height, but trying to eliminate that potential nuisance of someone pulls in continuously to a mixed-use facility, commercial building, that has more traffic, and you're shining lights into the backyard of a single-family residential property. So those are really the types of reasoning for screening in that regard.
So the original question is, should assisted living be a permitted use or a conditional use?
I think it's a permitted use if we also amend the code to say a CUP for anything over 1 story. That's my opinion.
I'd agree with that.
I can get behind that as well.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I don't think any of the discussion was that they shouldn't be permitted there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody, at least my thought process was.
Well,
that.
permitted versus CUP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a senior living center looks no different than an apartment building.
Or a 1-story
Yeah.
building that's already there, or,
Yeah.
Right.
So,
and just as it gets over 2 stories, that's all we're trying to, well,
Is-
one of the
If-
factors we're managing.
if they
is
go
height
2 or
and
higher, then we get a little bit more control
Is-
over
Who they're
the
abutting and how
property
it
and
works.
how it works, and, yeah.
Just like, and this is kind of to your point at the beginning, Darren, of assisted living facility is more like a business. Is there something tied to that with occupancy that we would be concerned about? Related to, a 50-person,
I think it's more about parking and deliveries, which is more driven by our code for parking already for assisted living, senior housing. And the 2 applicants, well, the 1 applicant was going way over our code. Because most of the occupants, I think almost all, well, it depends on the level of care, but when you say senior housing, you can get pretty broad, but if it's assisted living or memory care, they don't usually have cars.
understood, but do we want a facility that has, where I'm going with this is, we're painting a broad brush here, and maybe in my mind, this kind of, we have the apartment buildings there as well already, but is there an occupancy from a residential standpoint where it should be a CUP? You get where I'm saying? If
I
it's
think
an
it's more
if
that-
it's an
yeah.
8-unit place, it's probably not that big a deal, but if it's a 50,
I wouldn't think
even
about
if
the
it's a
units, I'd be
1-story.
more thinking about the square footage of the building. Because memory cares are like hotel rooms. Assisted livings are bigger. Independent is like apartment unit size almost. So sometimes you can get in a trap when you focus on units. And I said the footprint of the building is really what's gonna drive a lot of it. As far as how it looks to the neighbors and.
And I'm trying to back mine up one
Yeah.
level too and look at multifamily as a whole, right? Not focus on the assisted living as like we should allow that, yes. It's if it's tied in with the multifamily, is there a number of units or a size that we want to see for a CUP here as well?
I think about the 2 multifamily units that were already approved in this district
Yeah.
without a CUP. The big difference is they didn't abut single-family homes, where now, well, I shouldn't say now, because there's still areas that, the senior housing deal could fall apart and that becomes multifamily, but Peter might be onto something, but I think we cover that completely by saying a CUP over 1 story. Because anything with density that we're concerned about is going up.
Okay.
So I think we're covered with the 1 story and above. No one's gonna build a 1-story apartment building.
If I recall, I think that both of those sand company
hotels.
properties are 50 units.
49.
And so, I could see the concern with density, but we're gonna be covered with the 1 story. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Maybe my head's more on the redevelopment side of,
If 2 parcels got combined,
2 parcels get combined.
but then
or
again,
Main
it's gonna
Street
be because
Plaza.
they're going up. Otherwise, it's hard to justify tearing down anything that's there if you don't put density on it. Meaning that the price of what's there is gonna be worth more than the dirt unless you go up. Did you close the public hearing?
I did not. We'll close the public hearing at 8:14.
So I'm gonna make a motion to have assisted living be treated as a permitted use in the GMU4 zoning code, and to also amend the GMU4 zoning code that anything over 1 story requires a CUP.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 8E.
Okay, this is a conversation that we also had previously. The city council has indicated that they want to have a discussion on this item at one of their upcoming council meetings, likely January 27th. The feedback that I received from the planning commission last time was essentially a 4-to-1 understanding that requiring a homesteading of a property in order to get a home extended business further hinders the opportunity for renters in Dayton that are in our community that have the ability to utilize this home extended business section of the code. If they can meet all of the intent of the code for an interim use permit, this would essentially eliminate their allowance to do so. In some cases, I will say that city staff does struggle to verify the place of residence when applicants submit an application. And with the homesteading requirement, we can confirm that that is their primary place of residence. So those are kind of the two sides of that coin. Again, the last time that I had brought this forward, it was essentially a 4-to-1 that this was not necessary to have within the code. Just wanted to bring this back to touch base to get kind of a reiterate what you guys previously said before this goes to the city council. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
What do we currently require from the applicant as far as proving that they live there? I mean, if they don't have a state-issued ID that has that residence on it, then they don't live there, right?
It's not required.
What do you mean?
Those are types of things that we will ask. I know that I know examples of people in the community that have lived in town for years and have not changed their driver's license.
But they're in violation of state law if they do that, though.
Well, that may be so. The other thing that we utilize is utility bills that people provide to prove that they live there as well. Those are kind of the two things that.
Is there an
we have
issue
used in
currently
the
with us not being able to prove that people live there? Because I think that's come up, right? We've had applicants here, before this body and before the council, that in discussion, it was clear that they weren't the people that were actually living on the site, that it was a son or a daughter or whatever it might be.
Yeah, it does make it tricky because it ends up becoming a hearsay conversation of who says where they live and what is the information that we have.
If someone's coming to me and they're telling me I want this right because I live in the city and here's proof that I live here, I mean, I can have my phone bill, my electric bill, my gas bill. I can have all those things mailed someplace else. I don't have to get those at my house. They could go to a P.O. box. They could go to my daughter's up in central Minnesota. As long as I'm paying, I don't think they really care. So I'm just confused as to why we wouldn't use a state-issued ID. And if they can't provide you with a state-issued ID that says that they actually live at that address, why would we allow them permission to run a business out of that address? That just seems so dang simple to me, it's unreal. I mean, how do we get into this whole discussion, and how do we end up giving people permission to run a business out of a home that they can't prove to us that they live in? What have they given us that to give them that permission in the first place? What have they provided to the city? And if they provided something that's not true, then maybe they shouldn't be running. We shouldn't give them permission to run a business there.
So, going back to the intent of this is, should renters be allowed to have a home extended business, or should it be limited to the homesteaded owner?
I don't know why they wouldn't be required to do it.
To
If
be
they're living,
homesteaded?
if the renter is renting that property
Yeah.
and they're running a business that fits within our guidelines, although we've kind of made those pretty big, but if they fit within our guidelines, why shouldn't they be allowed to do that? As long as they're meeting all the other requirements of a home-based business.
I think the trouble that has come recently with discussions of whether people live at certain places that have these types of permits right now are that maybe at the time they went through the approval process, they lived there. And maybe now it starts to come into question that they may not live there anymore, yet their ID may say that. How else would you prove that otherwise without an investigation of some sort that is beyond planning and zoning?
Right. So it just gets back to what you were talking about before, unintended consequences, right? Do we really want to make, put a sign up on Dayton that says if you're renting here, you can't run a home-based business, period? I mean, I don't know that we want to do that. I bet you there's a lot of people out there that are actually doing that we probably don't even know about, and there's probably some that are doing it that we do know about. I don't know why we would want to take that opportunity away from people to get that stepping stone in running their business and moving forward in life.
I guess a question I would have is Dayton more concerned with the fact that there's renters running a home-based business, or that people are purchasing single-family homes with the intent of solely running a business out of there and never living there anyway?
From
Right, so
our
those are two
perspective,
different.
it's the latter.
Right, so has Dayton or staff come across instances where people have purchased these single-family homes solely for renting or for conducting a business out of that home and not actually living in there?
Yes.
I think that I could
there's
think
a
of at
great
least
examples.
one.
I can think of two that I've
We
sat
have
through
to.
that are great. Not saying that they're wrong.
Right.
Just great.
So there is a concern, I mean, there's a obvious concern that the ordinance would allow for someone to purchase the home solely to conduct a business out of that home and not live in there. So then the question is, how do you verify ownership of that home? Or not even ownership, how do you, residency, right? So, I mean, that's the question, because, I mean, renters come up, maybe I'm renting something for a year at a time, and now my license, I mean, it's laxed a little bit because of, me not getting the DMV in time, or it's not expired for another 5 years or whatever it might be, and, this is the fourth place I've lived in the last 3 years type of thing.
An
right? So-
example of the worst case scenario rent, not even, like, nothing's bad about it. It's more skirting maybe some of the code would be is, I'm the parent, I'm have the capital, I need a place to run my business that needs some outdoor storage and on this 10-acre parcel. I don't want to move, but hey, guess what? I'll rent the house to my son or daughter. Not a big deal. And now it's just a gray area. And the son or daughter could be even a name on the business. Is it that right or wrong? I don't know. I don't know what we're trying to tackle here. I get where Keith's saying like a state issue ID would help too, of verifying it that way.
Well, that's why I asked up front, what are we requiring now for those folks to prove to us that they actually live there before we give them permission to run the business?
Let's think about the intent of the home extended business, right? The intent of the home extended business is to run a business out of a home. Do we really care who's living there? Versus
I was going to say that.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I do.
10-acre yards or 10-acre lots are going to become contractor yards all day long.
They already are.
But what
More of them are going to keep happening. And they're never going to leave when development comes because they're too profitable. They're never going to leave. They can operate like that. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's going to be a hindrance on development.
I'd be more concerned that no one's living there and running a business than who is living there and running.
And that's
a
where I'm
business.
getting with the
Yeah.
intended use of the property is being
Correct.
used as a home. Do we really, where does the concern lie? If I buy a home because it's got acreage and I'm running my business in the back and it meets all of our codes for a home extended business, it's meeting all the setbacks, it's
Yep.
meeting
Yep.
all the receptacles, and then I'm renting out the primary part, the primary dwelling, does it hinder anyone except for that person renting it? That's probably the most important person.
Right, that's a question.
I think it hinders all the neighbors, and I'll just tell you, I won't want to be on this planning commission if we have to deal with these nonstop. I'm not trying to say that as a threat, I'm just saying that it's so subjective. There's neighbors that come in and are all upset about it, and then here we are making a decision about is this guy, woman gonna operate a business that doesn't disturb the neighbor? It's like, we don't know.
Yeah, but we currently allow them.
No,
Right,
CUP.
so, well,
Let's be very clear, we currently allow them by CUP.
Right,
The
no,
council's
that's
made a
what
decision to approve.
that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that if the council's gonna be always inundated with these concerns from neighbors as far as how a property is being used because of a home extended business, then they can then make the decision not to allow home extended businesses anymore. Right, and that's essentially what they could do. The bottom line question is, should the council care who's actually residing in that
That's-
house?
Our current code says we do, correct?
Our current code says that the applicant is required to live there.
Yes.
Right.
And that's what he's looking for.
Right.
Is ways to
I would say.
maybe beef up the
Yes.
verification of that.
So now to answer Peter's question, I'd be on board with saying that my business that I'm running on my property is the same property that I'm residing in. Right, so you don't have a situation where I'm purchasing a 10-acre property. I'm the one using
The old barn.
the outdoor storage, but then I'm renting the building itself for somebody else to live in. That's a business. That's my business. That's a business. That's not
rental,
a, because I'm renting out, I'm getting income from the rental, and I'm storing my business material on that property. There's no home occupation at that point. My home's somewhere else. I think the home-based business should be based on who's actually residing there. It has to be their business as well. I agree with that 100%. Then the question is, how do you confirm that that's the case? And that's where we started this conversation, right? So.
And I'll say too that the IUPs that we've reviewed since I've come on board, I haven't had a problem with verifying the location or the residency of the people that are applying, but it's the ones of previous that have been around for a while that may have changed situation where they may not live there anymore, but when they did go through the process, they did live there. It's not, I guess, it's not a contemporary issue, I guess, with the current situation, but more so the ones that have been previously.
It's a conditional use permit, right, to allow that to happen.
It is an
And
interim
if somebody
use.
breaks the
You revoke
rules,
it.
then that conditional use permit should be just pulled. It just seems simple to
It'd be
me.
grounds of revoking that,
Absolutely.
How do you know?
based on, I mean,
Just because you meet the guidelines today doesn't mean you meet them 10 years ago,
Right.
or 10 years from
A lot
now,
of
when
them
you've
don't have
changed all the
CUPs
rules.
approved, so.
Yeah.
One of the challenges that we have, so the intent is
So-
the applicant is living in the property and also owns the business or operates the business. The challenge that we have is proving ownership.
Is there examples that people can think of that even homesteading doesn't do a good job of proving ownership? Usually it does, because in Minnesota, you can only homestead one home.
But you
But the burden-
can also buy it, homestead, and then move 2 years later and keep it
Or
going.
2 months
The
later.
But then you
burden,
have to, you lose the homestead if you so you could homestead it and buy a different home and never homestead the other home. You could maybe homestead two and no one knows, I guess, no one follows it, but.
there's some
I
changes.
mean,
in
I
some
do like Keith's idea that we should be looking at state-issued driver license too. It just seems like a no-brainer.
And of the ones
And
that
then
we've
it
gone
happens to
through,
be different, it's just a logical
utilize
question.
that.
Why is it different? See what they say.
the burden of proof is on the applicant, not on us, to
100%.
prove that they don't live there. They
Yeah.
have to prove that they do,
Yeah.
right? Or they don't get the CUP.
I agree.
You know,
Okay, so the direction that I'm hearing is don't change anything.
I don't think homestead hurts, adding that as a requirement.
I just don't think it helps cure your issue, though. That's the whole problem.
Well, and you preclude renters.
It doesn't
Preclude
clear up
renters.
the
Right,
But I think it's
Preclude
clear
the
that,
renters,
well,
right,
I
which
think
we
it's
don't
clear our
wanna do.
code already precludes renters.
No,
No,
because
it
I could
doesn't.
rent a property and then
No,
do my business
go back
on
to
that
what
same
our
property.
code says. Does our code preclude
You
renters?
can rent there, rent and live.
not
in-
currently, but homesteading would do that.
Okay,
Would preclude you from running a business there. Homesteading would.
Correct.
But the current rules don't.
That is
I could
correct.
rent,
Your
long as-
renter could
Okay.
apply
run a
for a
business.
I just think
homesteading
that there
business.
can't be multiple parties living on the property, I guess is kind of the issue
Right.
here. Because you could skirt the rules, I think.
And in reality as well, you know, if there is a gray area where there was one that was approved and now there may be questions of whether someone lives there or not, if that gray area persists and you're not sure and you have a hard time and you don't have a case to pull the permit, to me, then that falls back on the interim use permit timeline to where if that time lapses, then at that point, that would require the verification to be re-upped. And if they don't meet that, they wouldn't receive renewal of that permit.
Well, I think staff could require verification of residency at any time.
Well, that
So
was
you get a
one- that-
complaint, you get a complaint from a neighbor saying, the guy's never here, he just comes to drop off a load of equipment and picks it up and, in the morning, drops it off at night, and that's the only time you ever see him.
Right.
I think staff could knock on the door and say, show me that you live here, prove to it. Because you need to meet the requirements of the IUP.
Do the current requirements give you that latitude? Or does this
It's code
CUP just give
enforcement.
you a certain time limit? At the end of that, you get to ask. Can you ask any time during that to verify?
I would think so, yeah.
Then that's perfect. That's what we need to do. I don't think you need to change anything.
And I guess I understand a lot now where he's coming from, the more I think about it, because one of their ways they could prove it is showing that they have it homesteaded too. But making it a requirement, I guess I would struggle, I already struggle with some of these IUP, well, I haven't approved them or voted for it, but I would have a harder time approving it for a renter. Well, and one that was more intense with some noise and equipment and stuff like that.
So this is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing at 8:30. I see Marcia's got her hand raised. There we go.
Go ahead and unmute your mic, Marcia. Hold on here.
Hello?
Yep, we're adjusting the volume.
Oh,
Go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, it appears to me that Dayton is becoming a haven for contractors buying up small parcels of land and parking their equipment on it. We have a neighbor about 3 doors down. Last summer, they pulled out every blade of grass. They tore down every tree on their property. It's about a 2-acre lot. And the whole thing is nothing but dirt. And they're parking all sorts of heavy equipment on it. There's another house over on West French Lake Road, kind of near that riding stable. Same thing. He's parking all sorts of heavy equipment in his front yard, and his backyard's got camper trailers and stuff in it. And there are several more properties in my area here in the south part of Dayton that contractors are doing this. And I think there has to be some sort of control over this type of a home business, if you want to call it that. It's not a home business. What they're doing is they're buying a house and they're parking their belongings there because it's much cheaper than renting a facility somewhere else or building a facility and making it a commercial property. So I think that you guys really need to clamp down on this contractors buying up property and just totally destroying it. They're supposed to be residences. They're not supposed to be parking lots for heavy equipment. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been curious about that property just north of you. Been
Yeah,
watching
it keeps
that
getting
and
worse.
trying to figure out what they're
I
doing.
don't know what's going on.
All right.
I do just want to caution about that property is that there is a property on Fernbrook just north of that area that is guided and zoned industrial.
Oh,
So
yeah.
That's
This isn't it.
that's not it.
it's not it.
No.
At 8:30.
That's the old fence place, right? Yeah, that's not it.
8:33, I will close the public hearing.
Yep.
I feel like we sidetracked a little bit, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of understanding the rejection of the homesteads more so. From a standpoint that whether you're a renter or an owner, I can understand how you can have a business. You still got to come forward and get your IUP. I would prefer that everyone lived there and owned it because I feel like they're gonna care more, but that can be decided at the IUP time.
There isn't a current requirement of home ownership, is there? It's just
No.
residency.
Correct.
I mean, is that the other option to take, is that you have to, the incentive to be able to run in a home extended business is also that you're a vested resident as far as owning that property and living in the property as well, right? So that could be the direction that Dayton takes. It says, hey, look, you're the owner of the property, you're the resident of the property. Now, if you want to do a home extended business, you can do that. And so it would exclude renters, but it would give kind of a incentive for ownership to say, hey, you're a vested resident in the city, and now if you want to do this home extended business, you certainly can do that.
If you want to curb contractor yards, that's going to help. Because contractors can have two houses somewhere, live partly at one another. I mean, it's easy too, because they got to get up early in the morning, get in their truck. They might spend half their nights at one, but their other house is homesteaded. It's just a contractor yard is what it is.
But the bottom line here is they have to prove to us that they actually live
Right.
on that site.
If it's not homesteaded.
That way,
You
if
don't, I mean, there's no
Even
law
if
that
it
says
was-
you have to be
even if it was
homesteaded.
They should still
True.
have to prove there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you can homestead it, and like I said, you could probably homestead 2 properties in Minnesota, and there's a lot of records to go through to
Yeah.
make sure you only homestead one.
But you can live, you can legally live on a property and not homestead that property. There's no
Correct.
requirement for that.
Yeah, no.
So, I mean, I don't know how
Live and
we
own.
force somebody to homestead a property when they don't legally have to.
It'll force them, though, that if they have another home that's much more expensive, to give up a slightly favorable tax treatment to homestead a contractor yard. But I still agree with Keith that, state-issued IDs matter too.
You wouldn't force them to homestead if they were never going to do a home extended business. You'd only force them to homestead in this
If they were
case.
doing a homestead, yeah.
If they want, so you could say, you don't have to homestead if you don't want to, but then you don't get your home extended business.
But they could still qualify under our current rules. They could live there and ask.
Under the current rules,
Under the
correct,
current
yeah,
rules
but
and
if
still
we-
run a business, a
correct.
home-based business, and we don't have an issue with that, right? So why would we take that away? I mean, I think we're making this whole thing way more complicated than we have to. If we make them prove to us through a state-issued ID that they actually live at that residence, then we'll consider their request for a home-based business. If they can't do that, then we don't consider it.
I mean, that's the other way to go, for sure.
Again, just to clarify, staff did not present a proposed amendment or anything like
Yeah.
that. This is just for a matter of discussion.
I think we're giving the council a little bit to chew on, right, which is a good thing. And I think it boils down to the idea of, does the council really want it to be the resident and owner of the property, the resident of that property being the one that's conducting the home-based business? And how do you get around these contractor yards where I'm renting it out, but my stuff's in the backyard, and the person who lives there has anything to do with my stuff?
And ultimately, it comes down to what Keith said, is staying on them about proving they live there.
Yep.
And it's not easy. Even with the state-issued ID, it's not easy.
Well, that was another thing that I was just going to bring up, is that these interim use permits for home extended business come with such great levels of nuance in each specific situation and the monitoring that is required for it. I know that it is a part of the code as well, but at the end of the day, John and I are just two people at, a part of a 12,000
And we should
community.
I want to be clear that there's a tons of different home-type businesses, but the focus is on contractor yards because that's what's going to happen. That's what is happening.
Maybe part of the requirement for the CUP is they periodically provide you with updated proof that they actually live there.
Well, if so.
Then you don't have to chase them down, they have to bring it to you, and if they don't bring it to you, then they lose their CUP. Make them do the work. I don't want you guys out there
It's
chasing
tough
around,
to enforce
doing all
though,
that
too.
stuff. Put the onus on the person that's asking for the CUP and running a home-based business.
Then you're gonna need a record system to keep track of that. And
The hard part is they can provide documents, and if they're willing to lie, it's still the issue.
I don't know how you get around that. People can make a phony driver's license too, but I think you just have to assume that most people are giving you proper
So I think
documentation.
what is the problem that we're trying to solve? It's home-based businesses that are creating a nuisance to their neighbors. And if that's the case, we can use the nuisance laws to revoke the interim use permit.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who lives there.
there's another irony here too.
It's a lot-
If they don't own the business, they can make all kinds of racket. We've got a lot of places around here that they're driving dump trucks. They don't own the business, but they're driving dump trucks. And they're parking them in their yard.
Yep.
And we have no control over that. And I'm not saying we should. I'm just, some of this consternation we have about these extended businesses is, I don't know, becomes such a gray area that it becomes a very personality-based, whether we're going to give it or not. And that's irritating.
And it's really hard because if you own 10 acres and you had to live next to it, it would kind of annoy you a little bit. But a lot of people that own 10 acres too, they've lived there a long time. And it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out who's going to pay you the most for your property. It's not someone that wants to live on 10 acres, or they usually can't afford it, but it's a contractor's going to pay you a lot more than
Well,
other people.
it's the asphalt and concrete company that's on Brockton that had a skid steer that was incorporated into this home extended business interim use permit when all of the neighbors surrounding that
Have a
are
skid
on,
steer.
have skid steers on their
Yep.
properties. Now, maybe they're utilized for personal use, but the sounds that they make
still
and the
beep.
nuisance that they provide or create is not different related to a personal or commercial use in that regard.
I think a commercial use is more frequent. If you have a landscaping business, you're constantly loading. I mean, that's why I think that even that one on that abutted Dayton Parkway, I struggled with it because we just allowed too much. And again, I get it's probably not hurting anybody, and those people all have different exit plans. And some of them that were like the neighbors, like, oh, I don't want to complain too much because this is who's going to buy my house.
One neighbor's already left.
Yeah.
Is there a consensus?
I don't know if homesteading is going to solve our problem we're trying to solve.
I don't think so either.
I say don't require the homesteading. I mean, I would just hate for, unless that's, again, the council can choose what they want to do.
I think it will make it harder if we require homesteading and that's the whole problem. There's lots of home-based businesses here.
Yeah.
But it will make it harder for contractors to, like, oh, we got to have it homesteaded.
I know people have rented their homes for 5, 10, 15 years, right? I mean, it's just their home after a while, but they just happen to rent instead of own.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you not allow that person or that individual the opportunity to also run a business out of their home? Right? They don't own the property, but it's their business, it's their residence. So
In particular, if it's invasive business.
Right. So I don't think homesteading is the issue. I think, just more of a proactive approach from staff level at the time of the application to ensure that residency is what's needed in this case.
Okay. We want
Do
Passport.
we need to change anything for you to require a driver's license? Do you have to
No,
specifically spell that out?
That's
we
something
would-
that we require with the new ones coming in. Again, like I mentioned, it's the previous ones that can become the issue, and it's
You should put together a form letter, because I think it's going to be a popular letter for you to send out in the coming years.
I think we have our direction though on the conversation, and like I said, we'll bring this forward to the city council to
Do we
further
need a motion
discuss.
on this one?
I would say
it'd be
yes.
helpful, yeah.
The motion would essentially be,
What do you need
No,
us to
the
say?
motion to
We know what we
deny.
want you to do.
yep,
Motion
Well,
to
we don't have an
It's-
ordinance written, so
They didn't,
it's-
yeah.
So
So
no,
nothing
was there a
to
motion?
deny.
So no,
I would still request that the planning commission provide a motion to recommend denial of requiring homesteading as part of a home extended business interim use permit application.
I'll make that motion with the addition of providing a Minnesota State issued ID in order to get a CUP, approved residence.
At the time of
If that
application.
helps you, or helps the council decide whether to do them or not.
You can codify that, that's fine, that's something that we reach out for regardless.
But if it's there, you can point to it and say,
Sure.
hey, there it is. Maybe they'll read it and they won't even come here. I don't know.
So we have a motion on the floor.
To be clear, we're seconding Keith's motion to deny homestead, but require state-issued ID.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll wait for a second for discussion.
do I have a second on this one?
hesitate with the state ID. Just
I'll
because
second
it's-
it, and then we can start
All right,
discussing.
so we have a motion and a second to require a state ID, but not homestead. Open it for discussion.
All right. Let's hear the reasons not to
I-
require a
it is-
state ID.
State IDs are every 5 years, and people just don't update them.
What would be a reason for them to update?
It would be, yeah, it would force them. If you want to start a business or run your business, you go to DMV and update your
I
business.
think it's a simple thing. If you want a CUP to run a home-based business in the city of Dayton, get yourself legal with the state.
So,
Get your driver's license.
so
up
my argument on that gets back to maybe the comment on renters. And let's say I'm looking to rent a 10-acre parcel or a 15-acre parcel. I want to do a home extended business. I still got to go through the IUP and all that stuff. What if it doesn't go through, then, for me to run my business, I can't get there now. We're just making it.
So
So in other words,
You're gonna need
before you,
driver's license.
to say it this way too, is before you decide to rent this house, just like any other applicant,
Yep.
you want to come in front of this commission and get your IUP approved, so you don't have, you haven't updated your license yet.
Yep.
So maybe
It's
I
just
could
a
get more
nuance.
behind providing an updated license within 2 months of running your business, maybe, if,
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
versus at the time, because I get why not at the time,
Yeah.
from Peter's point.
Yep.
I mean,
That's a good point, Peter.
that's just something I'm thinking about, you know. The other one that I was thinking about, and, I mean, you guys can disagree with me, back to my comment of why can't I own, let's say I own 2 parcels next to each other, and I wanna use the space and rent out the other house. I mean, that's where my whole hesitation on some of this is. I get there's the, we don't want contractor yards, comment, but, you know, if I got a 5-acre parcel and I'm next to a 5-acre parcel, and that one's got a really nice barn on it, and and it goes for sale, and mine's, you know, just a shed, well, I can rent that, I don't wanna move, I'm right next door, like, there's nuances to all this stuff that,
Well, I think that issue's been discussed ad nauseum at the council. I mean, if you're gonna run a business, either you get a home-based business permission from the city to run it, or you put the business where it properly belongs in an industrial zone or a commercial zone or wherever the business belongs. I don't see that as an impediment at all to what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, I think the code is, the reason for the code is to give home or residents the opportunity to also run a business from their home,
Right?
right? So that would imply that you can't rent out, if you don't actually physically reside on the same property, that you can't rent out the house for someone who's not operating that business. Right, so I mean, that's the whole bottom line, is that the home-based business is kind of a, you know, it's not the privilege, but it's something that the owner or the resident could potentially do if they wanted to. I think that's the intent of the code, right? So I think that we shouldn't mess around with that, in my opinion, just because of the fact that you are getting away then from savvy business people buying a house, renting it out, and then also using the yard for their own needs. That's 100% business in my mind at that point.
You know, it belongs in an area properly zoned for that.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. If we wanted to amend that,
Yeah,
we need to vote.
yeah,
and
I'm sorry, yeah,
deny it,
let me,
redo it.
yeah, I'll respond to the motion too. I would be hesitant on codifying the requirement of a state-issued ID for any amount of time. It's just, I think it falls down in administration and what the staff at the time is doing as far as their requirements to fulfill the obligation of residency. I'm speaking right now, thank you. We'll get to you. I just want to make my point across. I'm just saying that, you know, the staff has a job to do at the time of accepting the application to ensure the residency is taking place, and I think any means that they do that is good for me as far as that. You already say you're taking state IDs. I think that conversation here today, you're not going to change that, right? You're going to still require the state IDs. I would just be hesitant on codifying that for whatever reason it might be. You're going to come across a time where they just don't have it in front of them, or if it says within 2 months, is staff going to be calling them in 2 months, and you're going to have record of that? To call them in 2 months to say, let me see your state ID now, and then they don't have it, then what? Then we say, okay, we're revoking your IUP? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we just don't want to get into at that point. I think that if you make application, you show residency, that's going to be good enough.
I don't think that puts a burden on them at all.
No, it
If
will.
if you write that in the CUP, that if they don't have that license today, that they have to provide it to you within 2 months, and they don't provide it to you in 2 months, it's right in the CUP that it's null and void after that 2 months.
Well, there's a process to essentially revoking an interim use permit. It's the same as approving it.
Yeah, you have to go through the whole process
Yeah,
again.
it's sort of-
I'd be concerned about tracking that too.
Yeah, it'd be hard to track. I mean, I think staff's going to do the job they need to do to ensure residency of a property through an IUP process without needing to codify that you're going to be looking at a state ID. Otherwise, and again, I don't think homesteading is needed either, so.
So right now, let's say a neighbor comes up, because that's what neighbors do, and they say, hey, my neighbor doesn't live here anymore. The requirement is that they own the home today, correct? Or, sorry, that they live there.
They live there, yeah.
Can you go to that residence and say, show me something that says you live here?
Yes, but we have to prove that they don't live there. And that's difficult to do.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
Without staking them out.
Right.
Private
Well,
ice
even
creams.
then, you don't, yeah.
Check the refrigerator.
Mr. Crossland, Mr. Demuth, where do you stand on the state issue ID?
I think on the surface, it seems like a really simple, good idea, but I feel like I trust staff to do their verifications they're doing, that I don't know if we have to codify it like Jeff is saying.
I think if we were to include it, we include it as a list of provide one of these type of items to
Similar to
prove
voting.
residents, which is what we're doing now. I mean,
Yeah.
if we're doing the electric bill now and that's in there, we can use that as a method. It shouldn't be the only method. That's where I stand on it.
And there isn't an identified list in the code of what they need to provide. I guess in my experience, if I received a state-issued ID that didn't have that address on it, at the time of them applying, I would tell them that they would need to resolve that if they wanted to obtain a home or a home extended business permit for that property. So I don't think that, because it's not explicitly stated in the code, I don't think that negates my ability to say that's not proof of residency, is kind of where I stand on that.
So we don't need to add it, is what you're saying.
I would say no,
I agree.
because that is part of the process anyways.
I'll amend the motion to remove it.
We got to
if
vote,
That's
then we'll
okay
just
with
put a
you?
new motion up. I believe it's the right process.
Well,
You can amend it.
Can you
We don't-
motion to
We have a first and a
amend
second,
the
so we got to
amendment?
vote.
okay. First and
believe-
second
No,
to
you don't.
deny,
Just do it.
I hear you.
we have a first and a second to deny the homesteading and require
State-issued ID.
a state-issued ID. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
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 A nay. Motion fails 4-1.
I'll throw a new motion on the table to, essentially the ordinance as is and not require a homestead designation for a property that is conducting a home extended business.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
We closed the public hearing.
We did. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Motion passes 4-1. All right, item 8,
Who said no to that?
that was me.
Oh, okay.
8G.
I'll
Just, yeah,
8F, just wanted to note, staff is continuing to work on this. We didn't, given the rest of the ordinances that we've been bringing forward in the holiday season, we're continuing to work on this related to the parking ordinance, see if there's any additional discussion to be had about changes to the commercial and industrial parking requirements. We did publish notice for this, so staff is requesting that the Planning Commission open the public hearing and continue it to the February 5th meeting date.
All right.
So that, just to clarify, open the public hearing, don't close it, just state to continue until February 5th.
So we will open the public hearing for item 8F on parking regulations. And move on.
Make a motion to table it? Or do we not have to do that?
Yep. You can make a motion to table it after he's continued it, and I would just state the date of that next meeting, so we have a continuation date for that public hearing.
So that would be part of your table.
Make a motion to table the item until the February 5th Planning Commission meeting.
And continue the public
And
hearing.
continue the public hearing at
Thank
that
you.
time.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to table the public hearing till February 5th. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 5-0.
Landscaping. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item 8G is in regards to landscaping. In the staff report, I'm trying to outline kind of where the origin is of every problem, and I reference the council discussion on telecom, for telecom, and reviewing the tape for that. It didn't come from the council during telecom. I'm not sure where it came from, but I just want to mention that there's an error in the council report. So where this is coming from. So in our landscaping requirements, non-single family developments are required to meet 3 out of the 4 requirements. So you have A, B, and C that references different types of trees, and then D is a reference to shrubs. And the comment that has come up is, are we requiring too many shrubs? And this has come up in a few different projects. We looked at, we did a comparison for surrounding cities, and if you only look at the 5 surrounding cities, yes, we are, I'm going to say, excessive in our shrub requirements. I will say that every city has a different way that they write the code and different math formula on it. But in this case, of kind of doing an apples-to-apples comparison of how would Quick Trip, Skedell, and Telcom be treated in the 5 neighboring cities. You know, I apologize, it's difficult to see the font here, but we do require an excessive amount of shrubs. So if we're on the high end, who's on the low end? So Otsego and Rogers do not have landscaping requirements. Maple Grove has some. They do not have requirements for shrubs. So for these 3 cities, it really relies on the city council to make a requirement project by project. And so then the next question is does it really matter in the end? So if you have, here we have a Quick Trip in Otsego, which has no landscaping requirements, versus the Quick Trip in Dayton, which requires lots of shrubs. Is there a preference of either one? Is there a problem with either one?
The question I have is no different than in single-family homes. It looks beautiful today. 15 years from now, maybe Quick Trip will do better than some neighbors do in residential neighborhoods, but it's going to look like crap if they don't.
Yeah.
It's very tight.
As it relates to telecom, you know, the telecom project was a small building on a large property. The math for shrubs is based on open space, and so if you're not building a lot, you just have a lot of greenery, you're going to have a lot of shrubs.
The Quick Trip photo there, there's a lot of shrubs.
there's a lot of trees though too, so.
Yeah, I'm not commenting.
You know,
There's a lot of trees too, actually, yeah.
He's saying there's too many shrubs.
Too many shrubs,
But-
and there might even be too many trees. I'm a big fan of commercial properties, being able to see them in and out, and when you put all this landscaping in there, it's no different than a residential neighborhood. How many times you come up to an intersection and landscaping, you have to creep forward to make sure there's no car coming. Exact same thing happens in these, and again, Quick Trip's a different operator. I have a feeling they'll maintain it better, but if we put too much in there, it just gets overgrown and too thick, and it hinders things, I think. I mean, it is beautiful, and I want some landscaping, don't get me wrong, so I'm not saying no landscaping. I do want a landscaping requirement, but I think ours is overburdensome.
Yeah, I think, I mean, just for the chart that you put up initially, I think that might indicate that Dayton requires a little bit too many shrubs. I say that a little tongue-in-cheek because it looks like we're about 4 or 5, 10 times as much as any other community in the area. You know, generally speaking, I mean, I think that, you know, some of these larger developments are going to have, you know, professional landscape architects do their, you know, do their layouts anyway. Even if Dayton were to say, you know, remove the shrub requirement or reduce it by a lot, you're still going to get a nice looking product when it's all said and done. I mean, that's just the, you know, those landscape architects take pride in putting something together that's going to be visually appealing because their job depends on it, right? They're not going to get the next job if their current job doesn't look aesthetically pleasing. Certainly, there's a good, you know, relationship between trees and shrubs and overstory trees and deciduous and coniferous and all that stuff too. And I think the LAs do a good job of doing that requirement. But I think Dayton could potentially reduce the number of shrubs that is required. I also read in the staff report that some of these developers might be misinterpreting the requirement of 3 of 4 and do all 4.
I don't think they're doing all 4. I think it's just you know, you're reading A, B, C, D. I have to do all of them.
Yeah.
No, you don't. It's
One
only
of the
3
4,
of
right? They
yeah.
went up. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, that just might be a, you know, reiteration at the time of the application that hey, it's only 3 of the 4 type of thing. But
And just to reiterate, so even if they only do the tree requirement and no shrubs, they're still required to put shrubs around the perimeter of the
Right.
building and in the parking lot island. So that doesn't change.
So I think looking at this chart is interesting, at least compared to Champlin, Corcoran, and us. If we look at any of these properties, while we might be excessive in shrubs, look at the tree counts. The tree counts on the overstory trees are the exact opposite.
I think the ornamental trees make up for that, though.
When you have 800 trees on the Scannell property and we only have 300 versus,
Yeah, I don't think Champlin would require 882 overstory trees on the scale.
that's what the chart's
I
saying.
don't, that's
though.
what I agree.
And
but I
600 in
have-
Corcoran, I mean, so
I wonder if that's a typo, because that seems like
I
not
can
possible
check it
for
out.
overstory
Yeah.
trees.
So does Champlin, Maple Grove has virtually no requirements?
Virtually.
How many
yes.
developments?
It's all council approved at Maple.
Yes.
Maple
Yeah,
Grove.
like, and a lot of them are PUD too.
Yep.
Almost everything's PUD, so that's how they
I'm sure
attack
that's
it.
through a, you know, they have a landscape plan and the council says looks great, or maybe add another overstory tree or, you know, whatever it might be, and that's how they approve it.
Are they all over PUDs? I thought
Probably
most
not
of them
all of
were
them, but a
not
lot of them
PUDs.
are. Maple
Otherwise,
Grove,
they'd be in
they've
council
got a lot
all
of
day
special
long.
districts that are the only things left. And
Left, yeah.
That's why they're in PUDs.
Again, what's driving this?
We're requiring too many shrubs,
it-
like our last 3 landscape, I shouldn't say 3, but the
It-
2
it is.
landscaping plans,
Yeah,
we
I
had to
think
give
part of-
variances or exceptions.
I think part of it is a different mentality. So, you know, Scannell, I don't think really complained at all about the landscaping requirement. You know, in telecom, we had a developer that came in from outstate, who probably wasn't used to having any requirements. And well, this is the Twin Cities, and so we're more restrictive in everything. So I think a lot of it is just what you're used to, or what the applicant is used to. So, in here, I mean, kind of my interpretation of what I'm hearing from the commission is, yes, we are excessive in what our landscaping is, but we don't have an answer for what the right number is.
Yeah, I don't know how to come up with what the ratio is. I mean, I don't know if we can reach out to
That's
some of
not
our
my
landscape
expertise.
architect partners
Yeah.
that we've used for some of our parks or something and just get their input to
Sure.
get a recommendation before it goes to council or something.
We
but-
can do that, and there's no ordinance amendment that was written for this, so it's
Yeah.
more of trying to identify what the problem is.
I mean, I think a blend of different type of trees and shrubs is good, and that's what makes good landscaping, so I don't think we want to go down to nothing, but it's obviously a little out of whack right now. Our tree counts seem reasonable. Like, I think when we've looked at plans of landscape plans that meet the requirements, the trees feel about right. I don't think I've ever looked at a plan and said, wow, there's a lot of trees on here.
I keep looking at the Scannell plan, and I think you should just even double check Corcoran. It just doesn't seem, it seems out of whack to put that many overstory and evergreen trees on a property.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe they have the same problem we have with the shrubs.
They might, just the trees.
Yeah. I don't know, the trees are more impactful than the shrubs are too. I mean, obviously the shrubs are more the human scale around the building and the entry points and stuff, but.
So this is a public hearing. I will open that at 9:05.
So to be clear, the shrub requirements are already required, or landscaping's already required around the perimeter of the building and islands.
Yes.
With that in mind, I don't even know if we need much of a shrub requirement. Most of these cities don't have them.
Other than saying you have to provide them in these locations.
Yeah.
And then let them decide what's right.
What more they want to add them.
Yeah.
And with that being said, though, I do think that just to make sure we're not missing something, we should revisit the other three categories.
For the number of trees.
The overstory evergreen, because we are
Okay.
currently out of whack with what it's saying for those other two cities. But I think ornamental trees kind of fit in with the other three.
Mhm.
I don't think that they should have their own I actually think ornamental trees sometimes are better on commercial properties than having a massive oak tree that has a 60-foot spread someday.
So are Rogers and Otsego also only PUDs?
I don't know.
I just find it hard to believe that they spend a lot of time on countermanding what the business wants.
Yeah.
I think it's more because,
Oh,
like
struggle
Peter was
with
saying,
that.
they have very specific development districts. And it's no different than our south of the freeway. All of those they're CUP, not PU, but kind of the same thing, aren't they?
I'm sorry.
Every use south of the interstate, isn't that a
It's a
required?
PUD, yes.
Yeah, it's a PUD. And so when you have those areas that are new developing at once, it's just like a big catch-all for them, and they have a lot of control, but they also have a lot more experience, like Maple Grove. Like Corcoran, I don't know if they would,
Yeah.
but Maple Grove has so much experience that,
They know what they're looking for
yeah.
on a site plan.
Staff probably, yeah.
They probably have an in-house landscape architect. Or three.
Mine.
So this ordinance also, I mean, we talked about it earlier tonight with the Adessa property. And do we want to tie something into landscaping with adjacent to I want to say specific corridors.
I think it's more about screening than landscaping, if that's what you're trying to accomplish, because the screening is landscaping.
Well, this is landscaping and screening.
Right, but if you want to
Yeah.
screen certain things from corridors, your choices are berming, landscaping, combination of it.
But build that into as staff works on their draft ordinance here. I can think of a couple other examples that may not be the rail, specific to the rail, but maybe a trail or maybe something along those lines where it's not owned by us, it's owned by Three Rivers, it's their right of way. We, still may want to.
I'm a little hesitant to do that because when you think of what's going to develop in current staging, it's kind of like, to me, that's, when we get on different corridors, I think that's when we start tackling that. If you can think of an example in current staging, I'd be more okay, but I feel like we're going down a path that maybe is not necessary right now.
Well, we've had 2 properties in the last,
And I think that on 81, I think there's a mixed opinion on whether we would require it. So that's, before we put staff on a path like that, let's see if there's enough concurrence, I guess, before we put them to work on it, the additional part of it. And I get where you're coming from on 81, I'm also the point that I don't know that I would say require more screening on 81, given it's industrial, and I get where you're coming from, but I'm just of the opinion that I'm not concerned about that screening and having more landscaping there, because it's industrial.
You keep in mind that 81 is, outside of 94, is the busiest highway in the city and will remain that way for all of our lives.
Yeah. And there's already, some of the prettiest uses will be visible forever on 81, because they're already there.
So the consensus I'm hearing is bring this back, do a little bit of research and bring this back at a future meeting.
Less shrubs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or no shrubs. And confirm what's going on with the other 3.
Okay.
Or expand your search
Maybe
as far as the code research from other cities to see how they do it.
I would try to, not that Maple Grove's a good example, but I would try to think of like cities like us,
Sure.
Lake Elmo.
Yep.
And you might find out that they're just like us, too.
Yeah,
It's
that
like
might be.
that part. But a developing city
Then you know you're
on the
consistent.
fringe.
Yep.
Yeah, and I would use the resource of some of our landscape partners that I know we've worked with for our parks developments and stuff like that, and just reach out to them and get their flavor on what they're seeing and what they.
Stantec might have some resources.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Okay. So
I'm in favor of putting more data together that we can look at.
Okay.
I'm not sure where there's any benefit at all to the city to just whacking numbers that we have there. I suppose there are some sites where it makes no
I think
sense to do what our regulations say to do. And I think council has probably made changes and allowed people to do less or move things around.
We have frequently allowed people to have white shrubs.
We've recommended less than
Yeah,
that.
frequently over the years. So I think when you see these numbers here, it's like, yeah, those shrub numbers are a little out of whack.
Could I suggest a motion to table?
I'll make a motion to table.
I'll second.
are we
Public hearing?
tabling the public hearing as well?
Never opened it, or did we?
I did, 9:05.
I would suggest we table the public hearing as well.
Amend my motion to table the public hearing as well as the item at hand.
I will second that.
We have a motion to table both the public
So you
hearing
can amend the motion.
and
I
the item. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
You know I'm
Administrative enforcement.
Maybe.
Yeah, remember which one this was again.
Site plan reviews.
Oh, okay, site plan review. There we go. I start getting confused which one is which. Okay, so this is in relation to when a site plan is reviewed. So site plan review is required for any any new development or expansion other than in single family. This past year, we had a site plan review for the Spaniard project. It was about 768 square feet, I believe, but it was also an expansion on a small building. When this was reviewed by the EDA's recommendation was for the council to consider not requiring site plan reviews as it is a hindrance to businesses. When the Plan Commission reviewed the Spaniard project in November, no, I'm sorry, I don't remember what month it was, but we talked about the site plan review in November, and the recommendation from Planning Commission was to allow administrative approval of an expansion if the expansion was within 5 years of a previous approval. Staff's recommendation is to allow administrative approval if the expansion, and when I say expansion, it's really a building addition, is 10% or 1,000 square feet or less than that. So in other words, a small addition. So how does that apply? Using the Spaniard project as an example, so this was a 780 square foot addition, but that amounted to a 30% building addition. And so by current code, that does require a site plan review. By staff's recommendation, it would not, because it's less than 1,000 square feet.
I'm reading your amended text here, and the zoning ordinance, and you're saying, it says an increase in floor area not exceeding 10% of floor area or 5,000 square feet. So it's kind of not matching up with the slide.
You're right. I guess my intent is that small projects should be able to be approved administratively versus having to go through a public hearing. Well, it's not a public hearing process, but having essentially a 2-month delay to go through the Plan Commission City Council process.
Is staff's recommendation what's in the ordinance or the?
I'm going to say what's in the ordinance.
Okay.
Finding spots where it says 10%, but it doesn't say the 1,000 square feet or less.
It says 5,000, and it's an or versus and.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm supportive of this from our previous conversation.
The 10%.
10% or.
Yeah, I am too. If staff has a reason for something else, I guess that's what I'll make sure that's correct.
Okay, so supportive of the ordinance as it's written in the packet.
Yeah, the 10% or 1,000 square feet, is that one?
5,000.
5,000
5,000,
square
yeah,
feet,
that's
whichever is
fine.
less.
Yep. Correct.
So I apologize for making the slide off of memory and
So-
not.
You both have.
So
done
in
that,
this
so-
example, just so we're clear on this, because
It's
this
equal.
is a 30% addition, but it's less than the 5,000 square
So
feet.
it would require.
It would require
Because
it,
it's
because it's
10%.
over on one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the logic at the planning commission meeting was that some of these smaller uses also are potentially changed to other uses and redevelopment that, or like this specific example is, we might be putting a road right next to it.
Sure,
It's like,
yeah.
we want to just understand all that's going on.
yes.
And we wanted to put a square footage to it as well, so that.
A
you
big
don't-
building.
You don't do 30, or,
The cubes.
10%, yeah, addition to the cubes is 100,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And if they fall outside the 5-year from the previous site plan, then they still have to.
Yeah.
Period.
Come in at 5 years and
Well,
2 months.
Okay, I'm going to back up. How the ordinance is written is based on what the planning commission recommended in November. So it's good that you're agreeing
With yourself.
with yourself, yes.
I do think 5 years is a long time, but I can handle that. Meaning a lot can change in 5 years.
Well, they could put on multiple additions within that 5 years, and now you're expanding the building from year 1 to year 5 by 30%, but never needing planning commission or city
Yeah,
council
that's
review
not
on
the
that.
intent of the ordinance, though, is it?
It's not the intent. I mean, I've heard of projects doing that, not necessarily in Dayton.
It's a
in order
phased
to
project or whatever it might be.
Just not
Get one
ever
free?
go back to the city council, but.
Maybe one time in 5 years.
10%,
So, I mean,
5,000 square feet
it does
in one
boil
time.
down to the intent of the site plan approval, right? I mean, one of the first cases tonight, we're kind of trying to grasp at why are we reviewing this if it meets all the city requirements?
Yeah.
Meets all code requirements, why are we even seeing this? We can't even put any conditions on this, right? So I think it does boil down to the fact of why, what is the requirement or need for the planning commission to review
If we
a
can't
site
do
plan?
anything. Yeah.
Right, it already meets all code requirements, whatever it might be. What I've seen in the past is that sometimes, you do want that oversight from a commission to say, yes, we agree that it meets all the code requirements, but that's what staff is paid for, to make sure that it does. There might be some instances where there might be some gray area that staff would want a planning commission or council approval on, just to make sure that everything is going well.
Like the Spaniard,
Like
because of the road coming through.
Correct. There might be instances where there's design guidelines that are in place where, staff's interpretation might be different than a planning commission or council's interpretation on whether or not the design guidelines are being adhered to properly. So I could see those instances too. So I mean, I agree with the, as written, as far as the 10% or 5,000 square feet.
If there is a loophole for someone to jump through,
They'll find it.
they will. They will. Trust
For
me.
sure.
40 years of negotiating labor contracts tells me that.
Yes.
If you leave the door open, someone will go through that door. My point is that, the number was uncomfortable to me in the first place when we had this discussion before.
When you say the number, which one? The
The
10%?
the square footage.
Both of them, 10% and 5,000?
Yeah, well, more than, yeah.
So whichever's less.
Both, yeah. I was uncomfortable with them both, and I was uncomfortable with the 5-year, clearly. If you go back and look at what our discussions that we had. You make me way more uncomfortable with it now when you talk about the idea, well, wait a minute. If that door is open, somebody wants to do this every year for the next 5 years.
They can.
They can do that. I don't think that's the intent of what we're asking, you guys to keep a handle on.
But the bottom line is every time they're coming back and they're meeting code standards, they're not asking for variances, they're not asking for a conditional use permit, they're not asking for anything else except for what is allowed.
But if they came and asked you for that permission to do those 5 additions at the same time, then they'd have to.
If it's still allowed, it wouldn't matter.
Right.
I guess that's my question to
But it'd be
John.
over the numbers that we gave, though.
No,
It'd be
right,
over the
but
10%
we
or.
would be back at the first item for tonight's meeting, is that we're just reviewing it for the sake of reviewing it and saying, yep, staff, you did
Yeah.
a good job and it meets all our code.
We have a lot of
requirements.
suggestions, but you don't have to do them.
Right.
Trying to think of examples of that. So we've have, I'm gonna say examples of that as it relates to environmental review. There's a catch-all when you get in state environmental reviews that, and I don't know how it's written, but they look at the overall site, the overall addition. So, you can plan, addition bit by bit by bit, but eventually, the whole addition or the whole project has to be considered, and you have kind of a clawback period. So that's where usually those are larger projects where there's a whole lot more money involved, and you have people that are smart enough to figure out, okay, how do I get around all the laws? We're probably not going to deal with that with the smaller building projects, even if it's a big building project.
Even the big building projects, we won't be dealing with it.
Yeah, right.
I don't think.
Yeah.
I think you're going to be dealing with more people with less experience that are kind of figuring out as they go. And we've seen a few of those at this planning commission.
I think the great example with this, that maybe one is like Fisher Farms, right?
That was what I was thinking of.
They came through with a whole grand plan of a site plan, but that's one we want to see again and again, right?
And unfortunately, theirs is on a napkin, and that was part of the problem.
Yep.
The purpose of having them come back to us, just to be clear here, is that so we can give suggestions like we did earlier today. That's about it. Because if it meets code, and you guys are already going to vet it whether it meets code or not, and if it doesn't meet code, they probably won't even come here.
Or they'll get a variance or
Or ask for a
whatever it
variance.
might be, then
Right.
then we'll have that discussion.
And so the question really becomes is how valuable do we think it is to be able to give them our suggestions?
Well, but
And there is value to it.
For sure.
I mean, most development partners want to be partners with the city. They don't want to be adverse to the city, especially if some of the requests are simple.
The other thing is that reviewing site plans gives staff and it gives planning commission and council opportunities to see what are we doing right and what are we doing wrong.
Yep.
Right? So if you review a site plan over and over and over again, you say, this one thing just keeps bothering me about whatever it is, then we can make a decision to change the code to correct that.
It's a shrub requirement.
Yeah.
So the other thing that this allows us to potentially do too is if there's a change, if that site plan's coming back, let's say the Cubes is an example I'll use, where it sat it was built as a spec building, sat vacant forever, it seemed like, and then a use comes in. Well, what if the building is not compatible with that new use and they're wanting to come in for an addition, and we kind of want to know what's going on with that and why.
And staff handled that all administratively. I'm assuming with how the outdoor truck storage went, it went from truck storage to parking.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a lot of
It was
examples,
different.
but that case, the building size never changed.
The building size never changed. I'm using
Yeah.
that, the vacancy of a building though, to give a point of, it may change what the building
Yeah,
is.
and even no different than when they build out spec buildings, staff is involved, because that's when they actually confirm parking.
Yep.
So again, the ordinance that's in here is based on the Planning Commission's recommendation from November, or whenever this was.
I'm still comfortable with the 10% or 5,000. I know Keith might think that's a little steep. I listened to his suggestion if he wants to change those numbers. I do think that, I'm not real sure why the 5-year mark. I know that everything's arbitrary, and I think that we talked about this, and a lot of cities have it within 1 year. I guess I don't know why it couldn't be 2 or 3, but on the same token, I don't know why it couldn't be 5, so I'm really looking for staff direction here, because this is not something that I normally see. Or maybe Commissioner Sargent too, with his advice being a planner.
These are pretty usually sizable capital improvements for business to take on. Doing a 1-year thing is not, I mean, they barely have time to grow into the building, let alone know if they want to add on. That's where I feel like 5 years is enough time for business to kind of right size itself and decide if it needs to increase or not. And if they go at 6 years, they just go through the process, right? So it just kind of gives them the ability, like, yeah, 5 years is a long time, but in the scheme of things, it's not that long when it comes to.
I guess I'd be more concerned how and again, I can't do anything about it, so that's why I'm not against 5 years. But how the area around it develops, that maybe if their expansion is now maybe adverse to a neighboring use, but again, if it's meeting code, we can't do anything about it anyway. So
I think if we're going to allow these additions to happen without our review and just staff review, there needs to be some sunset on it.
Yeah.
So that we do get the chance to go back, because the neighborhood might change, other outside forces might change, whatever, and so it does give them a little bit of leeway to say, oh yeah, we got to right size our business, simplify the process. If it's beyond that window, then they come back to us. That's how I see it.
It gets me back to the point where I'm uncomfortable with dissimilar interests, different properties, residential versus commercial or manufacturing. I mean, we have manufacturing facilities now that are close to residential areas. And I don't think they're close enough to the property line that it would preclude them from doing something like this. Is that really what we want? I mean,
I think the issue is if we can't do anything about it besides suggestions, because it's meeting code. Again, not trying to pick on any certain project, I'm thinking stuff we approve, but MTL, how it's adjacent to the housing development. If they expanded closer to that, would we have an issue? Some of us might, but if it meets code, we really had to take care of it through the first approval.
but that was my whole point all along, is that we're not looking at those areas where those two dissimilar, industries or, I don't know, what's the right term?
Uses.
Businesses butt up against each other.
Sometimes it's hard.
Those before us
Yeah.
obviously screwed it up, or we wouldn't be looking at it now, and people wouldn't be up in arms about it. I mean, I've had a lot of people talk to me about that, both prior to coming on the planning commission and now that I'm on the planning commission. I mean, they're just really uncomfortable with that. And if we just keep not doing anything about it, it's just gonna keep reoccurring itself. It's like a pimple. It just won't go away if you don't do something about it. It keeps popping up. I mean, maybe we're not the right, the right body, or maybe this isn't the right time to do about it, but it just, that, no matter which subject we talk about here when we're talking about these issues, that just keeps popping up into my mind. I mean, it's like this ugly mole that keeps popping up between these two dissimilar activities. And if we don't do anything about it, the city doesn't do anything about it, there's no manufacturer that's gonna give a rip one way or the other. They don't care about that. The only thing they care about is building their business and making money, and I get that, I really do.
That's why you gotta stay on the planning commission when we go through the 2040 comp plan, because that's gonna be our best opportunity to think about plan compatibility.
Okay, what would you like to do on this?
I'm comfortable, if Mr. Sargent, I was kinda looking at him if he had any advice on the 5-year, but I'm comfortable with the 5-year, I don't have any experience with it, and it seems like a long time, but I'm comfortable with it if other people.
Yeah, I mean, just my take on the 5-year, I think Paul kind of hit it. These are big capital investments. I don't think anybody's going to go into this unless they come to the city first saying, hey, this is a phased project. We are planning on phase 1 being this year, phase 2 being in 2 years, whatever it might be. I don't think it's just not going to be economically feasible for them to do a 10% addition every year for 5 years.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. So the 5-year, in my estimate, really is negligible at that point. I don't have any problem with keeping it at 5 years.
We have the garbage facility come back to us within a year and want to change things.
Yeah, sure.
Some were for it, some weren't.
So,
But they won't come back in the next year with another change, and then, I mean,
Theirs is more use versus expansion.
Correct,
but
yeah.
Right.
And this is only tied to expansion. And generally, we only make suggestions too, so I'm comfortable with it, given that it's a suggestion and we don't have much control. As long as I don't want to make it sound like we don't have control, because our control is the code. If we don't like something, we need to change the code.
correct.
And that may be the valid reason to have them come back more than 5 years, or less than 5 years.
Less than 5 years.
Because then we maybe can catch something sooner.
and maybe we change the code next year.
Yeah.
And we gave them 5 years to come back.
Well, if we gave them 5 years, they would still have to follow the current code, whatever is in place when they came back, and the code when they got approval. Correct?
Yep,
Yep.
100%.
Can I suggest a motion?
Please.
Yeah. Is the public hearing closed or open and closed or?
I didn't open the public hearing on this one. 9:31, I will open the public hearing. John, you have a suggestion?
Oh, for someone to make a motion.
Oh, I thought you were going to give us a
No,
motion.
We're waiting for the gavel.
All right. We will close the public hearing, 9:32.
I'll make a motion to make a recommendation for the 5-year 10% or 5,000 square foot, whichever is less.
So it's just.
Proving the ordinance is drafted.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance as drafted. Can I get a clarification on the ordinance? An increase in floor area of structures not exceeding 10% of the floor area or 5,000 square feet, whichever is less. Are we talking building square footage or actual footprint of the building? Because it says floor area.
I would recommend footprint of the building.
Footprint. I would recommend footprint also.
Okay.
It's a good clarification.
Because now, the way it's written, I am going to deny that.
You mean you want a new motion suggesting the amended language?
No,
Because Paul said as drafted?
if it's based on
Floor area or footprint?
footprint versus square footage of the building. So now we're allowing them to go up
Oh.
without
yes.
coming through.
Right.
The intent
without-
But they can go up and change their square footage with a mezzanine build out. As long as they don't change the exterior of the building, I'm not too concerned. In industrial.
But keep in mind, this is not just commercial industrial buildings. This is
All buildings.
All buildings,
Houses.
yes.
It is just commercial and industrial
Is it
buildings.
not-
This site plan review section of the code does not refer to residential
Okay.
properties.
No apartments either?
No, apartments are considered a part of that. It really is
Part of,
it's multifamily and non-residential buildings is what
Okay.
the code says.
okay, so this is purely industrial, office, retail,
Yep, and multifamily.
and
And-
multi.
So it's multifamily and non-residential facilities.
And senior housing.
So this is part of the equation with that though.
Yes, but not single-family
So
homes.
that's where the 2 stories.
So the intent really is for building expansion,
Right, and
as
and
far
the
as the
existing,
footprint is concerned, not necessarily up, as far as the 10% or 5,000.
the existing language uses the term floor area, but I think the intent is footprint, so if you
Yeah. I
you
think
have high
footprint.
ceilings and you put it in mezzanine, you shouldn't come back
So
here to.
here's
You
what,
have, you have to come back in the staff because it could impact parking and.
Sure,
here-
We don't.
guys, here's where your 5-year deal comes in, right? We're talking about where they want to do it every year. Picture this 1-story nursing facility that we're talking about on this lot that's, we think is
It's not feasible.
very difficult to build on. The first year they build 1 story, the next year they come back and they go up.
They
It's
wouldn't-
not
They wouldn't
feasible.
do that.
Huh?
They need a CUP for anything
I
over
could see
2.
the odds of people that I've appraised so many properties where they got vertical air rates to go up, and it never happens, because it's just not feasible.
So cost prohibitive.
You need a CUP
But they
building
wanted
like
3
that.
stories to start with, so you don't think that's on their mind?
Not if you
No.
build 1 story first and then add
Right.
2 later, not possible. Not
I
financially
ain't buying
feasible.
that. The door's open.
Because you have to tear the roof off.
How hard is it to,
You have to relocate
It's
everybody.
cheaper to go up than it is to go out.
Yeah, you gotta do it all at once, not piecemeal going up.
but how hard is it, if that's not what we want to have happen, how hard is it for us to shut that door
Yeah.
now so that it can't?
I think that's a bad example. We gotta think of a different example to sway me over on it.
I think the mezzanine portion,
I don't care about that in an industrial building. I think I trust staff to vet it, make sure that they have the parking. Yeah, they're increasing the floor area, which means they have to come in and go to staff and make sure they got the right parking and all that stuff for the use, but that's not what I'm trying. I'm thinking building expansion like the footprint is getting bigger.
That's what I would be concerned about, is because it's changing the site plan.
Right.
If the footprint gets bigger.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, so we have a motion and a second to approve the language as it's written, but an amendment to change the term floor area to footprint. But if it's friendly and to the motioner, well, yeah. You know where I'm going.
Footprint's friendly to me.
Okay.
so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No?
I was an aye, sorry.
Aye, okay. Motion passes 3-2.
Is there any direction the nays want to give for the record for the council, since we kind of just ended it quick?
I think we need to consider some sort of vertical element as well as part of this. I'm not dictating what it is or where my thought is it does change the characteristic of the building and the site depending on what it is. And so that's where my head's at with this.
Maybe it should have matching this existing stories of the building or something
And
that this council could add.
you know, a great example is, in that regard, is, you know, at one point, we've had a certain ceiling height. Well, that building was built at that ceiling height, and now, you know,
If you had a block industrial building, you could easily go up.
Yeah.
But the issue is you're not changing the floor area or footprint if you go up. Doesn't matter.
yeah,
You're not adding a story, you're just going up for more.
well,
And you're still building within the confines of the code.
but they may be building a mezzanine in there or something that changes the square footage. But
Well,
It-
yeah, I mean,
there's something to it that just doesn't sit right with the way it's written in my head. That doesn't consider a vertical element. So I'll say it that way.
Maybe council could consider adding, matching the volume of the existing building or something, or if it changes the volume, like that would incorporate the height. And
I'm more concerned
scale
about the
of it,
height of the actual
so
building
you know.
changing than I am square footage. On a,
For an addition.
an addition, yeah.
I could see it happen more in residential, because it happened in my neighborhood. They turned a one-story into a two-story home, which again, as long as it meets code, but I just don't, I'm not super concerned in commercial. It's so expensive to go vertical if you don't do it from day one.
It's very rare
Yeah.
for it to happen.
Can we move to the next item?
Yes.
Please.
This would be accessory building and structures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the last ordinance on the agenda tonight, accessory buildings and structures specific to shipping containers. So I do not realize this till recently, is that we do require I guess it'd be a permit, which would be a building permit, to have a shipping container, but for a maximum of 9 months. And there's an exception for like, I think it's construction trailers and school, modular school rooms or buildings. As I'm sure the commission is aware, we have shipping containers throughout Dayton if you look hard enough. We've had a few projects that have come before the planning commission and city council that have shipping containers and have relatively been supported by the commission and the council. So like, you think of Dean's Pumpkins, for example, uses shipping containers as part of their haunted maze. The first picture here, we have Fisher Farms that uses a shipping container for a concession stand. So the question is they're not allowed. There seems to be acceptance to allow them. So what is the threshold between permitted versus non-permitted? So staff's suggestion is to permit them on 10 acres or more within the A1, A2, A3, and industrial districts with no permit for up to 3 shipping containers. It doesn't matter what the size is.
When you say require a permit, are you talking about the ones that are, and maybe this is all of them, but above 200 square feet?
Well, there's a little bit of a caveat there because there's a conflict within the code.
I was going to say, yeah.
So we don't require permits for accessory buildings at 200 square feet or less, just plainly because we can't keep up with that. So we're just allowing that.
And these are
It's also
generally
state law.
over 200.
Well, yeah. Shipping containers, they come in different sizes. The larger ones will be more than 200 square feet.
Will smaller ones, they can,
You know,
do they come that small? I don't know.
You can get them 8 by 8 all the way up to 40 with 10-foot interiors.
So why wouldn't we make those consistent with everything else?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Why the I-1 district is my first question.
So using the middle photo as an example, and I can't remember what business is here, but this is industrial property
Got the one on Fernbrook?
on
Yeah.
Fernbrook. So the thought here, it's more prevalent in industrial districts that you're going to have shipping containers as outside storage, whether it's intended for, maybe that's part of their business where they're a contractor and they're bringing job site trailers or shipping containers from point A to point B. Or they're using it to store materials that they can't fit in the actual building. Could be either one, but it's more prevalent that it's going to happen in an industrial district.
This is a tough one because that industrial building is so different than the rest of our industrial stuff and its location. But in general, I guess I wouldn't be in favor of just saying you can put it in I-1. I just think of all the uses, and I don't even know if people would put them there, but we don't need to have, if your building's not big enough to store your stuff, you need a bigger building. That's the whole point of having buildings and codes in I-1, in particular with the new developments and what's existing down the industrial park. Again, I say that, and it's like, well, here's the example that maybe it's okay.
Well, the reason for using a shipping container in the first place is the cost.
Oh,
I can't build a stick
Yeah.
building
Right.
that size for anywhere near, you can buy, well, depending on where you get it from, but you can buy 20-foot or the huge 40-foot ones for under $3,000. I mean, you're probably gonna pay another $1,000 to get it delivered to your property, but you can buy one for that. You can't build a building for that. And you certainly can't build one that's as bulletproof as those things are. I mean, they're airtight, they're watertight. You can
nice.
store things in there and not worry about critters getting in them. You can't, with a stick building, that's tough to do with an outside building. So I get the lure of why people want to use those. You can seal them up, they're secure, you can lock them. You know, nobody's gonna kick a hole in the side or bust through a window because most of them don't have. I don't have a problem with those on larger tracts of property. But what I do have a problem with is the fact that they come in green, orange, red, and all these ungodly colors, and they're like a sore thumb sticking all over the place. I think that's what makes them stick out, not the fact that they're a steel building. It's just they're butt ugly because of what they're painted. If you're gonna allow them to be here, then they need to conform, to the neighborhood that they're in. I mean, it has to be painted a similar color, like the one on the bottom there. It should be the same color as the building that it's next to. It should be a requirement for them to do that.
And we can make that a requirement.
Well, of course we can, but
yeah.
I mean,
And it's hard to see on this photo, there's actually two shipping containers side by side.
yeah, there's a brown one
Yeah.
and a green one.
Yeah, the top one looks nice, matches the barn.
Yeah, one's a 20-footer and one's a 40-footer.
Well, I think to get this conversation to an ending point, because this is one that could go a long time.
Yep.
It's about, I think we talk about the districts first, and what, if we're gonna allow them, what sort of requirements we want them. My concern about the A1 and A2 districts and A3 districts is some homes on 10 acres, it's also about the placement of the storage container. And the color and, some people, it's no different than an accessory building. In an A1 district, the accessory building doesn't have many requirements. I mean, as far as materials, I'm assuming. It can be a pole barn, yeah. And so I guess I'd want to be consistent with that, from that standpoint, I guess. Or just say, and the other part is, I think event centers should have their own category. I could care less if Fisher Farms or Dean's Pumpkin Patch has more of them as part of their setup. They're gonna take care of them. They're gonna be way more than a storage container. So,
So the other thing in the A districts that we may need to consider, just thinking about it, is home extended businesses and if we're gonna allow them to have these or not, or how. Based on our earlier conversation, it sounds like this is a nuisance part of some of that.
I think it's the visual aspect more than the fact that there's a building there, right?
Visual nuisance.
Right. So, and that can be fixed.
and I know some people might say they're concerned, well, they want higher taxes because they're cheap. That's not my concern on event center sites. I'd rather have them be successful. They're running events with temporary large crowds, and it makes sense. So to me, I think we should carve something out for event centers, that if it's part of their design, it can work differently.
Sure, okay.
Well, it's what it's being used for. I mean, that top
Yeah.
picture is not being used for storage. That's a concession. Well, yeah, now you close up the shop, now you're storing that stuff, but the real use of that building is as a concession stand, which is kind of a cool use for that type of.
Yeah.
It's perfect. That thing will last forever.
Yeah, and I think that it works probably well with the property and the use of the property overall. Yeah, I agree that, they aren't always the best looking. If we treat them as other accessory structures, as far as needing to match similar colors and setbacks and everything like that, I think it's doable at that point to keep them in that kind of requirement. They're not sitting out in a front yard type of thing.
Do we
Then you
do
have
we
to-
have color requirements in the A1 district for accessory buildings? I don't think we do.
No, we do
It's been
not.
a while. Which would make sense.
Even in the R districts, what,
The R would.
so we used to have slope, color, blah, blah, blah. Clearly slope you can't do. At some point I thought we removed a lot of those requirements. We might have kept the color, but even the color is kind of bogus because you're never gonna match.
It's,
to me, as long as it's complementary.
Similar complementary.
I think
Yeah.
that was the terminology. Go ahead.
Right now, the accessory structures for matching what the principal home looks like on the property is limited to residentially zoned districts under an acre. So if you are over an acre and you are R1 or R2 or something,
Yep.
you do not have to meet those. You could build a pole shed if you'd like to.
Whatever color you want.
Correct.
Yeah, I thought we'd change that. So I did see an absolute butt ugly garage on an R2 replaced with one of these, and it actually looks much better.
Exactly.
Well, that's the whole issue. I know people say these can be nuisances and they rust, but they can be painted just like a garage.
Right.
Like Dennis is saying, there's plenty of garages that,
Yep.
It's a steel
Doors
building.
are in.
Somebody could say that about a pole shed. I mean, that's steel
Well, and
with
they
paint.
have.
If they last long enough, you might have to paint them because they will rust. They're not
Right.
impervious to weather, and these are no different. I mean,
Yeah,
You need to paint
I
them.
like these things.
they need to make them look decent.
this is making it difficult to get to a recommendation.
Is this a topic you want to solve tonight, or do you want to?
I think it'd be good if people could give some feedback to staff
It would,
specific about, do we have an opinion whether to allow them or not? I know we're talking about why people use them, I think we all get that. Do we want to allow them or not? And if so, how many and where?
Right in on what size property.
Yes. And I
So
think
you
we're
could- you
all
couldn't
safe
put
to
a-
assume we want them to follow whatever the accessory structure code requirements are.
Right, you don't want somebody having a 40-foot on a lot
An
that's
R1.
only
So-
60 feet. Yeah, exactly. Maybe they get an 8x8 or a 10x10, which is the size of what you'd buy for one of Bud Ugly Menards buildings, but.
So
not to
10
pick on
acres
Menards.
it narrows down quite a few properties.
Yes.
So the amendment allows, as it's written, allows on 10 acres in A1, A2, A3, and I.
I don't like the I-1, but like I said, as soon as I say that, it's like, well, there's an I-1 and that probably should be A1 with, a non-conforming use. But
And that's for no permit.
I would think they would, I don't know, I guess it's up to you guys, but it seems to me it's an accessory building. It should follow those rules.
Well, you can build a 10x10 without a permit, right?
You can.
200
but
feet.
not in commercial.
No, not in.
No
Or
residential.
industrial. So that's why I think we gotta keep our conversation focused to I-1 and currently A1 through 3 unless people really want to introduce other districts.
So metal storage containers for use exceeding 9 months may be permitted, is the way it's written.
And a lot of people that want storage too, like, I get it, on the ground's easier because you don't need forklifts and stuff like that, but what's stopping, these people can just park semi-truck
Can
trailers there
we-
too. That's what people do. That's what people do in the I-1 district currently. More people you see a truck park that they're using for storage than an actual, on the ground.
So let's just, what's the intent of requiring the permit and limiting them to 3? I mean, is this something we're gonna be able to enforce?
Or why 3? I mean, 3 sounds like a lot on 10 acres, but
And-
it sounds like not that much on 40 acres.
And for 9 months,
Yeah,
like,
It
that-
depends on how big they are, too.
That-
We got 3 10x10s, you got 3 8x, or 10x40s.
so let's walk through.
We don't need to make this look like a fence ordinance.
But, and that's kind of where I'm getting is what's the intent of this and why are we limiting it to 9 months? Is this actually enforceable? you know.
The 9-month, my assumption is with the existing code is that it allows someone, like say for instance, if someone's renting a pod and they're moving, okay, so you've got a pod in your driveway or wherever for 9 months while you go from, house A to house B.
So if it's more than 9 months, that's when the
Then
code
it
kicks
really,
in.
it's not a temporary storage situation anymore. It's more permanent.
And so what's preventing me from moving besides the fact that I don't have equipment, but me moving my green one and my red one, and, we moved them, and they're not temporary, they're being moved. I mean,
9 months.
yeah. Every 9 months, I switch the
You could
orientation.
define that on your property.
I think it's from on the property.
I think that one would be easy to solve.
So just making sure we're not only hitting loopholes, but why are we doing
Yeah.
this?
I think part of why we doing this come up because of the event center storage containers.
It's a pattern, so it's the Fisher Farms, Dean's, Herb's interim use permit.
But the event center specifically, they're using them way different.
So,
Yes,
so
I think that's a separate category.
that's, yeah.
sure, that's fine.
Well, that one is. I don't know that they all will be. They're just using them for storage.
Right, I think the ones that they're using as a different function, either for the scare thing or, I don't think we should have a cap at 3. I think it's part of their
So-
event center.
Okay, so if we separate it and just say with an event center, we're going to deal with this.
If they're using them for
case by case.
storage, now it's different. But if
So-
they're using them as part of a function.
Off-season, they use them for storage.
It will be.
On-season, they use them for the,
Yeah.
So
They won't be empty during the off-season.
I disagree, we have to permit them. I agree with you what you're saying, but I think we have to treat them like the other ones, because we don't know what the use is.
correct.
You drive by, you see it, you don't know what the use is.
Right, then I don't think
That
the
just
neighbor
makes it
cares
really
what you're
complicated.
using it for.
Yeah.
This is part of.
I think it makes it simple.
Or a CUP.
Well, I guess I think of a Dean's Pumpkin Patch, like, I don't know if this scare thing's gonna take off or not, but why 3?
Well, so that was, so I'm trying to piecemeal this, on where they're permitted. I think we allow them permitted in, does everyone agree on A1, A2, A3?
I would say for the most part, the challenging is when you look at some of the A3 parcels, they gotta be more than 10 acres.
Well, that's what it says,
True, yeah.
the way it's written, on more than 10 acres.
Okay?
I think we limit, similar to our, we probably have to add it in here as part of our accessory buildings, the count.
Like how many units you can have, storage
Yes.
units? Okay, so right now it's just written as 3, you can make whatever number you want.
Our accessory buildings are
Oh,
prorated for acreage.
And that's where I was going with that, is we should
It's a
prorate
good
it
thing.
per acreage on, and these are considered accessory buildings.
For
So
sure.
if you want to put one of these up versus a shed,
So just for clarification, ag properties over 10 acres would be permitted, I believe. Actually, I take that back. In ag, it's not prorated. It's only 10% of
Yeah.
impervious surface is
Yes.
the limitation.
Ag is not. Yeah.
Residential districts, no residentially zoned district is allowed to have more than 5. And that is prorated. Obviously, if you are on if you're in an R3 district, you get one structure not to exceed 800 square feet.
so, and where my head's at is we need to prorate this with the
Within the
acreage.
Yep.
Within the ag, to some extent. That's,
I mean, the staff is considering these accessory structures, correct?
yeah.
I mean, ag, you can have.
But then
accessory.
is that a permanent or a temporary accessory
It's over 9
structure? We
months,
don't
it's
care.
permanent.
And why do we care? Because it's a nuisance where? In these 3 districts, is there examples of nuisance, not in residential districts?
So fortunately for us, it's seldom that we get zoning complaints. Although, you proactively talk to someone and they're going to complain about, tonight, not in this conversation, we've had complaints about both of these properties.
Because they have a storage container.
That was part of it, yes.
On a fairly
Is it
small-
because they're told they can't have one in a residential district? Or is it
They've
because
not
it's
been
an,
told anything.
it's, is the complaint because it's ugly? What's the nature?
The complaint that I get is that they're not required. Why doesn't the city tell them they can't have that there?
Yeah.
Because it's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
Currently,
We
it's
do
not
not
allowed,
do
yeah.
proactive
Okay.
enforcement, so if something goes up.
Well, why are we changing it if is there push on the council to change it? I mean, I think there's examples of where it can fit,
Yeah.
but I think we're going way too broad. Because it's just gonna be a difficult code to write, and it could have.
It is because multiple property owners are asking if they can have them. The city had a number of them on the old Public Works building forever.
Many years, yeah.
So, yeah, residents are asking, and they're scattered around. We have them in here. And I guess I would encourage you guys to look at more than just ag. Because
I agree. I think it should be, we should look at all the lots that we have. And I think it should be proportioned, just like somebody would build a shed in their
Yep.
backyard.
Yep.
Well, I think
If
the
this- if this-
residential is simple than just as an accessory structure.
Yeah,
then.
we
It's
just
done.
categorize it
Yeah.
the same.
So then do we just take out do all we have to do is strike the language that's in here that disallows them and don't address,
Treat them as an accessory structure.
yeah, don't address where we do allow them, treat it as an accessory structure like anything else.
If they wanted,
But I
if they
think-
want that instead of a shed, they could have that, but it's still an accessory structure.
Guys, if it's treated as an accessory building under our current code, does that mean that the outside of it has to look decent?
Only
Has to
on,
look-
only on residentially zoned properties under an acre. So basically this would just reflect what you would see in residential properties
So
over
these
an acre.
pictures that we're looking at here, it would have nothing to do with them, because they still look butt ugly.
Well, none of these are
We wouldn't say anything.
residentially zoned, so.
Correct.
But you're
That's what
right.
we're talking about.
Yeah.
I think they should all look decent, that's my point.
Yeah.
If you're going to allow those structures there, and I firmly believe you should, because I understand why people want them. I've toyed with that idea for years, to store hay in, right? It's easy access in and out, you can go in and out with the skid loader. I mean, and it's airtight, you don't have to worry about critters making homes in there. I've chosen not to do that, I've got a big, pole barn that we use for that. But I think there's a demand for that, and I think people would appreciate it if we would let them do that, but not if it's butt ugly. If people can put a shed in their backyard that they buy from one of the stores, and that shed has to conform with some kind of color code or something so it somewhat matches the residence that they're in, I think that same thing should apply. I mean, if I wanted to put one next to my barn's tan, right?
If I could
That
just,
it should be, similar in color to the other accessory structures that are on the property.
yeah, like I said, the aesthetic requirements to match the house is only required for properties under an acre. So,
Why the
We
under
can
the
change
acre?
that, though.
what's that?
Why the under the acre seems a little arbitrary. Like, there's a few homes in my neighborhood, I mean, granted, we have different architectural standards, but that push 1.2 acres.
Yeah.
And so I think the 1 acre is a little arbitrary for this type of, or accessory
I
structures in general.
think that at the time, as I recall, the thinking was some of these developments, we wanted to have some control over the looks. Personally, I'd almost leave that up to HOAs if they're there. but-
HOAs won't allow these. They
Right,
say what they
and
allow,
then
so
it becomes moot.
There's your enforcement right
But,
there.
yeah,
But
I don't know,
essentially,
we've never had control over ag. They can have purple barns, they can have red barns, they can have whatever.
But you don't see that, though, Dennis. I mean, people put
So,
barns up there,
let's
they're reasonable colors, right?
They
let's
are
go-
without requirements.
Yeah.
Let's go this way, though. Are accessory structures required to get building permits on ag,
yes.
over 200 square feet?
Unless it is dedicated for an agriculture use, then we cannot require a building permit for that based on state statute.
Yep.
Okay.
Still has to meet
So-
setbacks and all that, but not building code.
Correct. It has to meet the zoning ordinance requirements, but it does not require a building code.
Okay. So if someone's using it for storage on an ag property to store agricultural stuff, we have no control over that.
Our current code says they're not allowed, right?
Well,
Even an egg?
It's state statute, I believe, if it's used for ag use. If it's used for ag use, I don't even think on non-ag,
Maybe I'll get one and stand it on end and paint a sign on it and call it
a silo.
a silo. Yeah.
I guess where I was going with this is maybe we just tie in, not to the point of what's in our current code for building for the residential of your sheds matching your house, but maybe we tie something in there, weave it in there that if you're gonna use one of these, you gotta apply for the building permit, and the building permit says you can't have the bright green, you gotta have it,
Complementary.
a more muted complementary color. And maybe that just solves it right there.
For
Keep
ag?
it simple.
I forget the name of the subdivision, Peter, but all these houses too are more than an acre.
Yep.
And so this would be a great example, not saying not to allow them, but that's where you want, is to have them complementary to the home, because right now it wouldn't even require it.
Well, and
Well, could you just say all residential
Districts,
zone
period.
districts need to have complementary color?
But we don't do that
Regardless
for
of the
accessory
size.
structures.
Well, and that's where I'm saying we gotta change that part, the accessory structure
Two.
part,
But the,
not,
the 1 acre ordinance doesn't make that happen,
that,
right? Is that what
I
I'm
think
saying?
staff needs to do some more research on this
For
specific
shipping
topic.
containers and
Yeah.
What,
Yeah,
what
if
do
it's-
you want to
period.
allow?
If
It's
it's
like,
an-
we'll
if it's an acre and a
figure
half,
out,
Then it doesn't have to match the house, right?
we'll figure it out, but
Correct,
what do you
yep.
want to allow?
so
My suggestion would be to treat these as any other accessory structure. So
Yes.
it's up to the owner if they want to have this or a plastic shed from Menards, or if they want to build their own stick structure storage shed in the backyard. Give them the option, but they still have to meet all the requirements as any other accessory structure in any zone. I do like the idea of potentially lifting the 1 acre requirement and having that to be all residential zone properties, or maybe single-family home properties, or whatever it might be, and then give everybody the ability to choose what they want to do at that point. Once you start piecemealing these things out, then you get into the problem of you can't write a code that's going to fit like a glove, right? On the other side of that, there's going to be certainly people that are using pods or similar type of structures just for the purpose of moving. And I think anybody driving by would understand that if one of these things is sitting in a front driveway, it's probably what it's there for.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that you staff could take care of pretty easily with, any kind of, just insight, or, you get a complaint, it's like, hey, these guys are moving, they're using this to, store their stuff for a time being type of thing. That's my suggestion.
And, what would make this easier too is we have a lot of homes that are zoned, that are zoned like R1, that are big lots.
Yeah.
But then we have a ton of homes that are zoned A that are the exact same situation in neighborhoods. And that's my issue, is that before you try to implement something that could work for all zoning districts, we need to clean up our zoning code. I know there's a lot of stuff on North Diamond Road along there. There's a lot of homes that, they're still zoned ag, but they're like 5 acre lots. It's like, what are we doing? And maybe there's some bad consequence of rezoning them, I don't know that. But, that's what makes a code like this difficult, when you do it by zoning and we don't even have true consistency. They're true residential uses.
If you just count them accessory structures,
But it's gonna be by
then it
the
doesn't
zoning
make any
though.
difference what size lot you have,
I
right?
don't know that you're gonna be able to plug all the holes.
Yeah, exactly,
That's the
but everything about this is gonna be driven by each zoning district. And if we don't have our zoning districts fully aligned, that's, to me, what makes it more difficult.
Anything an acre or under has to match the house or whatever the
Yeah.
proper language is for.
Complementary.
The
or
complement,
what's it?
well, yeah.
So you're gonna put
The
that in ag
feel-good
districts?
language.
I
Is that language just
I'm-
for color, or is that for building material also?
it's,
Essentially, if there's brick or stone on the front facade of a house, the intent would be to match that. Now,
So
what
you
I would,
wouldn't even be able to use these on those types of properties because they're metal.
what the one area that I'm not I guess I don't know directly off the top of my head is whether that is exempted for properties or for an accessory building that is in the rear yard versus a side yard. Because when that's being more visible to the street,
Right.
that's kind of where that requirement comes in.
So I think, and that's, I mean, that's kind of where I'm reading we were talking, are you gonna require this in ag? Well, I think we're talking new, right?
What do you mean by new?
So if we change this code here, existing structures, do they have to come into compliance with their color? You know,
I'd say yes, because they're not allowed currently. You know, so.
no. Someone who has a shed and it's painted bright green and their house is red,
That's what he's talking about.
do
We
they
don't-
have to go paint that shed now
No,
to match the house?
they would be illegal non-conforming,
Yeah.
but the issue is that if they came in for a minor addition, does our code require them to make everything conforming now?
That's where I'm going with that.
I mean,
So we gotta be careful with what we change and how we address this.
I don't think anyone wants to see these type of buildings everywhere in the city, and I don't think that they're gonna pop up even if we've approved it, but it's just a challenge with the way our zoning is. I don't know, it's just,
Because if we're requiring new ones to match, I think that makes sense even in ag. I mean, I don't see an issue if someone wants to put up a new barn, if we say, hey, your color has to be complementary to your other structures on your property, and they're gonna say, okay,
Which one, though?
well, the primary one. or
Right
whatever,
now, we've also got these cloth garages everywhere. I really, I don't know.
yeah, so we got all these, I mean, I'm just throwing out these examples of how difficult this is when you just say A1. All the single-family homes along the, I shouldn't say all, more than half of the homes, single-family homes along the Mississippi River are zoned A1. And they're on 2-acre or less lots probably. And that's the challenge here is we don't, it's just too hard to implement by zoning. To write a code for everybody, it's just gonna be impossible. There's gonna be so many different scenarios of where it's appropriate and when it's not.
If you have a 2-acre lot.
Which
how big
goes
of a-
back to treat it as an accessory
how big of a
structure,
building?
but now we're dealing with
I
other
think it's up to 4, not to exceed like
Look at all these
2,000 square
lots.
feet in total.
In total?
So my suggestion is that we haven't opened and closed the public hearing yet, I don't believe. Would be, my suggestion is to open the public hearing, table it. So the direction that I have, and correct me if I'm misinterpreting this. So the shipping containers would be treated the same as any other accessory building. They would be permitted in all single-family residential districts, and all accessory buildings need to complement the house in every district.
which again would, I guess, I'd want the specific code, but it sounds like that's not gonna be possible,
I don't think it's possible, but.
because unless you got a metal home.
Unless you.
Well,
we do have some.
complementary is a weasel word, right?
Well, that's where
It has
maybe
to
it is.
somewhat look like it.
Unless you just reduce that requirement to color.
I think complementary color is important. I think we leave some of the other ones in there for the residential, but complementary color is an important one.
Yeah, it is a weasel word. I mean, when I did my barn, it was supposed to match color-wise. You can't get prairie wheat in steel. You can't.
You can't.
So
Yeah,
I
try
can
to buy
get
a
yellow
replacement panel.
and prairie wheat, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know how you deal with that. So they have to come in for a permit.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
If
Because
it's
it's
over
clearly
2
not a
hours.
building permit.
Right, I'm sorry?
It's clearly not a building permit, so what do they come in for? Just a site plan?
We'd have to call it a building permit.
Yeah.
We don't have another name for it,
Okay,
There's no construction, but it's a building permit.
yeah.
okay. Well, that makes the permit fee a lot cheaper.
I do think you should look into carving out separate for event centers. I guess I've been just thinking about that use. I guess I disagree. It's no different than vetting someone where they live. If they say they're gonna primarily use it as a bar and they store stools and stuff in the off-season, who cares? I mean, if it's part of their event center and use, I think that that's just different. And that's where you know, maybe they have to come in for an IUP amendment, but it just makes sense that if it's part of a function, I don't think there should be caps on numbers and how it ties into their use.
I don't have an issue with that.
And it's gonna be tough putting caps on the A districts.
Yes.
Yes, well,
I'm just looking at all these parcels zoned A1.
There's,
I mean,
there already is a cap.
there's tons of them that are 2 acres,
You can't
tons
only
of them that
build
are
a certain
5.
size accessory building.
And-
Can't be more than
10%.
so many square feet,
Oh,
right?
And if we just pretty much struck the 10 acre
Yeah,
size
in-
requirement.
in
completely,
residential zone
Which
districts.
I'm not against, but
The A
meaning if we're
district
including
is
our residential districts.
Based on percentage of.
10 acres.
But I can't
impervious
build a
surface.
barn as big as my property, though.
No, no.
There's a certain percentage.
10%.
All right, I will open the public hearing, 10:14.
okay. May I suggest someone make a motion to table?
I'll make a motion to table the discussion on the accessory building structures regarding the storage containers and table the public hearing. Thank you.
We have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 5-0. All right. 9A, promise to our residents.
This is important, and I'm a little tired and don't feel like reading this, but this is important. So, this is, we've done this for a couple of years. The intention, and I'll say this is borrowed from Champlin, is to make a promise to, or a pledge essentially, between commissioners and commission and staff of the commission and the public. So, just to read this out, we realize that as appointed officials and city staff, a significant level of trust has been granted to us by the citizens of Dayton. We believe that the public trust requires mutual trust amongst ourselves in order to succeed. Planning Commission and staff pledge to build and maintain trust among ourselves and within the public by upholding these principles in our role as public policy advisors. There's 5 of them. Number 1 is to honor the principle of civility in interactions with fellow Planning Commission members, City Council, staff, citizens, by respectfully debating the issues and facts associated with them, not personal character or motives. Item 2 is to focus on the present and future needs of the city, using the past only if it can enlighten the present in a positive manner. 3, to exercise judicious restraint when making public pronouncements, whether written, oral, or in ways that affirm and respect fellow Planning Commission members, City Council, staff, and the citizens. It shall be the intent of commissioners to share such communications with fellow Planning Commission members, City Council, and staff in advance whenever possible. 4 is to maintain ethical standards honoring the letter and spirit of all ordinances, laws, policies related to ethics, conflicts of interest, and disclosures. And 5 is to recognize that the citizens of Dayton are partners with the city who must be informed and invited to fully participate in our decisions and actions. And we'll read this next January again. But questions? No?
No.
Okay, go on to the next update. Annual check-in, and I apologize that this is late in the hour. So the intent here is to check in with the Planning Commission of how we're doing and if there's anything that we can do better. So looking at 2025, we had 12 months, 12 Planning Commission meetings. The average meeting lasted 3 hours and 9 minutes. And the average Planning Commission packet was 90 pages long. So in thinking of how we assemble reports and what we include them, and I've got kind of a listing of what's included in there. Is my question for the commission is there anything in here that, I'm gonna say either not enough or too much or something that we should change that would help you in your recommendations. And as you're thinking, and if you know, this is a poor time to ask this, we can also discuss this at another meeting where it's shorter and a little bit more lively.
I'm a big fan of, like, not to shorten up a packet for any reason. All of us up here have different expertise, and what I get out of one section of the packet might mean nothing to someone else and vice versa, and that's what we can go through and decipher too, so I like, more information's better.
Okay. So on that note, so when we have plats or site plans or whatever, you know, it might be 30 pages of drawings, and half of them are specs. So like, what is the size of a manhole and so on. Do you want to see that? Yes.
See? See, I was like, I don't care, but
Okay.
yep, see?
I mean, to some extent, yeah. I mean, if it's a public infrastructure, yes. If it's a manhole that is Odessa's only manhole access, I could care less.
Okay, so we will include the whole plan, I'm just gonna call it planning sheets with the packets.
We need the measurements on how deep the manhole is from the surface of the road.
It'll be
I'm
in
sick
there.
of my teeth getting jarred out of my head.
Well, that might not be in there. Okay. With the PowerPoints, it's too much, too little information? So
I find a lot of value in the presentations you guys provide.
when
to
we
supplement
put
whatever
these
I-
together, we're trying to kind of stick it to roughly 2 to 4 slides per topic. But, you know, as conversations get going, we kind of realize that, you know, something comes up in conversation that we weren't anticipating, and we don't have a slide for it.
Can I make a somewhat of a suggestion? Is there a way to get a draft? Well, it kind of goes into the next one as well. Can we get, as part of the packet, can we get the slides in advance as well, and maybe a little bit further in advance, so if there is something like, hey, I'd really like to see this exhibit in there, we can make that recommendation to you
Not on
guys.
the same day. We've had that as a goal with the city council for probably the last year or so, and have failed every meeting. So in the council's perspective, all this is, you know, kind of dependent on staff and how we assemble projects or packets together. With the council meets on Tuesdays. The goal is to get packets out on Thursday. If not Thursday, then sometimes it's Friday morning. Our goal is to get, I'm going to say, packets out on Thursday and PowerPoints out on Friday. Usually Friday becomes Monday, and then now you got council meeting on Tuesday. Planning Commission's a little easier because you're meeting on Thursdays. We can try to get a PowerPoint together, say on Monday, the Monday of the week, but probably not the same time as the Planning Commission packet.
And in my recommendation in this, it doesn't have to be the formal one that's presented.
Yeah.
It's, here's the exhibits and the talking points, and then you guys can fill in the rest of the stuff. If
Okay.
that makes
So it doesn't have
sense.
to be the final draft.
It's just a draft to,
Yep.
This is what we think we're going to include.
Is that easier or is that more difficult?
Both. So, I mean, when we're, you know, it's sort of like once you're thinking about it, it's easier to just keep continuing it until it's done. But Mondays are kind of our easy day on the
And
week, so.
my recommendation is you keep doing what you're doing, just get us the draft, and then that gives us a chance to look at it, and Paul may say, hey, I want to see this building rendering in there, and he can get that to you.
Even
It's
if
not
it's
a-
Tuesday or
Yeah.
Wednesday or whatever.
Yeah, so keep doing what you're doing, just maybe on the keep going front.
Yeah, we can do that.
I think the way that you guys present is really, really good at the fact that you have a PowerPoint presentation, but then you can easily revert back to your PDF of all the
Sure,
plans to have to go dig down specific to a sheet that we were talking about that didn't happen to meet the PowerPoint presentation. So the way you guys are presenting that, I think is good,
We have,
commendable.
that's our plan B, so, yeah. Good, okay. What else? Do you guys feel prepared for what the jobs that you're doing, or is there any training that you would like to have? You know, whether it's, all of you come here with specific knowledge and expertise or subject matter experts. But do you feel comfortable with the decisions that you're making? Do you want to have more training? Whether it's, I'm saying, got here planning and zoning 101 or law. Or whether it's meeting facilitations or things that you can do or not do. Before the meeting, we had kind of a conversation, or commissioners had a conversations about last January and the difference between the 2 years were. So as you recall, last January we had a very contentious item in a packed room. That's rare that we have that, but it's also very difficult to manage that situation.
Going into that meeting, did you guys even know what was going to happen?
We knew that residents were coming, but we didn't know that many, and we didn't, in that case, most, if not all, the complaints that we were receiving were from non-Dayton residents.
Can I make a suggestion that kind of ties into this, and it's probably the meeting facilitation part? I'd like to see and I don't know what the right way to do this is, because I know there's timing aspects of things. I'd like to almost see a workshop on items and then either bring them that same day or
Champlin, I'm not sure how they're planning.
like in the ordinance case, right? Workshop where we're reviewing stuff with you guys, helping pinpoint stuff, and then next meeting it gets voted on.
I don't know if Champlin still does.
So New Hope does that.
Or who?
We do that.
Oh, you
in
do?
New Hope.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different because we right now have a planning commission of 9. So we're able to divide pretty much 4 and 4, so there's no quorum, and then we have a floater. Right, so we have subcommittees, one's codes and standards and one's design review. The design review will take any non-code issue and review it. So any of your land use applications will be reviewed ahead of time by the subcommittee. We'll hash out all the questions, all the responses, whatever it is. The applicant is actually at that meeting too, so there's a back and forth, very informal, like a work session type of meeting. No decisions are made, but they get that information so that half of the planning commission could kind of champion those things that are coming forward because they've heard all the responses and give their response to the staff, who then could put that into the staff report, right? So the problem with that, or kind of some of the barriers of that, is that meeting's generally like at 7:30 in the morning. So those planning commission members are either retired or they're able to go into work late, right? And they know that sometimes it might not be until 11 o'clock that they are, we see how long we take here, right? So that's just part of it. And then the codes and standards would take care of all the upcoming text amendments. There's been times where we had not, as staff, brought any of the code text amendments to the planning commission because that design or that code or design stand or codes and standards committee said, let's not even touch this.
Yeah.
And I think where my head's at is right now is like concept reviews would be a really good opportunity for us to, tonight we're starting planning commission workshop on concept review at 6:30, and then we go into the meeting at 7 that night, or 7:30.
Right, we start it at 6 and start the meeting at 6:30 or whatever.
Yeah, we have a hard stop that we have to start the meeting at, but it's also that time where we're spitballing ideas and working through stuff, what works, what doesn't work.
I like Peter's suggestion from the standpoint that it gives people like myself, I can't tell you how many meetings I go home and it's like, oh, I wish I would have, someone just brought up a really great point, but as my brain was thinking about it, it gets your brain going if you haven't thought of something that, especially something that could be a big concern that you didn't think of.
Do you want to do it on the same night or a different night? So I think if you're doing it on the same night, it's going to be very similar to if the concept plan is just on a regular meeting. And you're just going for
the informal part of it probably help a little bit, but it really depends on how complex they are.
Yeah. DCM Farms was probably our longest and most difficult project this year.
I think big plats like that are separate meetings, workshop meetings. Totally.
And maybe that's just where, you know, having lived through that a couple of those recently, by
Yeah.
recently in the last year or two, right, having a couple things come through that, it makes sense to,
Would you be supportive of having a second meeting that's just for concept plans? And, you know, items like ordinance amendments where it's generated by staff or the city?
I think wouldn't be any dissimilar to tonight's meeting, minus the one applicant in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So we're still taking a
4
certain amount
hours.
of time, plus the fact that we devoted tonight, because it was a light agenda with everything else, to be able to sit down and talk about these. And they're not pressing needs. You compiled a bunch of them all at once. We don't have to come back again next month and go through the same thing, right? So I think it worked out this time pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, should there just be like a standing workshop every other month or something?
Yeah,
that is
How
separate
do
from
we
the
capture
meeting that we can?
the applications that we need to? Like, I think of the other application, what the heck was it? The Oppidan application.
Yeah.
That would have been a good one to have workshops on, because there were so many moving parts with how it ties into our comp plan, and just to get that all flushed out before we start just doing it all in meetings. So really, to me, part of it depends on the complexity.
Yeah.
I think there's a place for it. I think doing them the same night, I think makes sense. I think part of it is having a less formal portion makes sense, and then, you know, you got the one person who comes and wants to ask about, you know, on open forum about something that's not on our agenda. They don't have to sit here, you know, or, well, that's always at the beginning, but you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Is,
So I'm trying to think of, you know, how do we schedule this?
Well, you have three applicants, and the first item takes an hour long, and the
Right.
third applicant's sitting there.
that's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
avoid.
yeah.
And if we can hash through some of the details beforehand, maybe in a more, you know, maybe it's the first half hour, and if we have 3 items that night that we need to discuss at the workshop, 10 minutes for each, spitballing ideas, and then we actually talk about it formally at the meeting.
On some of the complex ones, like the DCM Farms or Oppidan, you guys probably started working on that with the applicant, how many months before they actually presented?
I mean, we have conversations for many, many months, but when we actually have something to review, it's often a couple, 2 weeks before it goes on.
So we don't have the opportunity the month before meeting to.
No, I mean, they're all on.
But even at that month before meeting, I think that even bringing us up to speed on some of these and the hot points that staff are thinking about that maybe they want feedback on, that would maybe help everyone too.
I would also not be surprised by some of those applicants to want to engage at some of these workshops, if they knew we were having them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so I don't think the workshop has to always be about the meeting that night, I guess is my point. If there's things that you've been working on that you know are getting close, and so a month in advance, obviously, like you said, you don't have the final package, but you kind of identified some of what you're telling the applicant, what they're telling you, stuff like that.
So, for example, BJ, the assisted living's on the west side of Balsa. That was an apartment for quite a few months, and then it just came in as assisted living, and that was a surprise for us.
The same people?
Same people, yeah.
Sounds to me like one's not going to happen then.
The drawings that we have prior to the submittal of a concept plan are usually very, I don't want to say poorly written, but there's not a lot of detail with it. It's a lot of times it's just a verbal idea before the applicant wants to spend tens of thousands of dollars in putting in a drawing.
Yeah.
I would only suggest if you're going to do work sessions for specific cases and you're going to invite the applicant, which I think is probably a good thing to do, that you need to devote at least a half hour
Oh, yeah, yeah.
for that. I mean, because 10 minutes flies by if you have 3 of them that you're trying to get
Understood.
in a half hour. Yeah.
I'm thinking more if we're on some of the concept plans we've spun and spun and spun.
I don't know if we've done anything in a half an hour.
Yeah. 10 minutes is going to be rough.
in thinking how this works is, okay, so let's say if the workshop is the same night as the planning commission meeting, so the workshop's gonna start at 6:30 and it's gonna have a hard stop at 7. Is that any different than a normal planning commission meeting?
I'd say unless we feel that that workshop's gonna speed up the planning commission meeting, I don't know if it's worth it.
I don't know how it does.
I
to
don't
be
know how it
honest.
does either.
Not
I think
being
it just-
back to back like that.
That
Right.
just
If it's
pushes
on the
us
same
farther
night, it
into
doesn't
the
make a
next
difference.
morning.
I feel like we're just gonna have to rehash things twice.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a separate meeting then for workshop items? I would say probably not concept plan, well, nothing that has a time deadline on our part.
I think it's as simple too, like with single-family subdivisions, like, once you start getting over 100 lots, and granted, they're not probably developing them all at once,
Yeah.
but that's when it's like, all right, we should probably have a workshop, to identify if there's any concerns with the transportation plan, anything else, stuff like that.
And then do you want these regularly scheduled or just as needed?
Seems as needed.
As needed, okay.
Or do you just schedule on the opposite every 2 weeks, a work session for us, and we just use it or not, but it can also be time to talk about ordinances offhand, so then like on a night like tonight, we're literally just clicking through them, because we've already worked through it. So tonight could have been an hour instead of 4 hours, because we workshopped them. That's where I think a workshop can come in handy, because you could talk about it ahead of time, and then the homework we've given you, you can do, and then you can report back to us at the real meeting, and maybe set.
I think a lot of cities do that, and then up here, the planning commissioners voice their support or opposition for it, and so the public knows where we stand, and then you vote.
Yeah, I mean, we should take a field trip to Maple Grove's planning commission meetings.
Yeah.
I mean, they are efficient as can be.
Yep.
You voice, like I said, you voice your opposition, you know everything about the
They've done all
topic.
the
Yeah.
legwork ahead of time
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
And it is quick.
So,
And it's all Mr. this, Mrs. that. It's
I don't know
it's
if
very
we wanna
formal.
get that far.
Would
No,
you like
I don't
to
want to go
invite
there.
Mr.
No, I
Carlson?
don't. No, it's fine. I'm just saying. It's like it's a very different beast.
Yeah.
And I'm fine. I like the camaraderie that we have, but I'm just saying, like, you know,
I think here's where my head's at with this, and I think part of where you're getting is I like that aspect of it, and I like the camaraderie of it. I think that's where we can be more efficient. We've been here oftentimes, and how many times have we called back up someone? Because we've closed public hearing, but then they're raising their hand and they're jumping up and down in the back, and it's like, well, let's just move on, you know? And those nights like tonight, obviously, we had a lot of meat in our agenda, but those nights, sometimes we have no meat in the agenda, and we're sitting here
yeah, we got to
revisiting topics
We
over
do,
and
I
over
think,
again.
in general, need to be a little better about following Robert's rules, and like, when people come up, they get a certain amount of time, and
Yep.
because sometimes they sit there for 10 minutes, and then not necessarily the applicant, but somebody else comes up and sits there for a long time. It's like, we should probably limit that.
But I think that's where our looseness up here sometimes translates to
Yeah.
that, and
Yeah.
that's where maybe this workshop idea, it would help tighten up here without losing that aspect of what.
Yeah.
Well, you guys recorded that meeting too about Robert rules. I know I missed the meeting, but I watched it. I believe Peter's the one that suggested it. It helped a lot. It helped me a lot. I think any new planning commissioner would benefit tremendously, unless you're part of doing regular meetings and you understand it, but it helped me a lot.
Yeah, and I think there's still a few things we're not quite doing right.
Yeah. Examples?
Like
I
amending
think-
motions?
Well, I mean,
Starting
we closed the public hearing, right? And then I think, my understanding is we should make a motion right away and then have discussion.
Yeah.
And
Sometimes
then-
it
I don't
helps,
know.
sometimes it helps to have a brief discussion.
Sure.
So you know, if there's a majority, the majority makes the motion.
Sure. Yeah.
And then you'd now try to have discussion to see if someone in the majority changes their mind.
Yeah.
Under
Yeah, that's
Robert's
fair.
Rules of Order, you don't have discussions until there's a second to a motion. I don't know if you need to be that tight, but
Yeah.
Can you make amendments to the
yes,
motion?
you can. But we just chased our tail around and got to the same place, so.
Right.
Okay,
We
so
can, because we did 5 minutes later, so.
We didn't for you, but we did for me.
Anything else on
any trainings on just planning and zoning in general. I mean, the League of Minnesota Cities has a couple of, there's like a 15-minute class and an hour class. You know, this is just all on.
I think, like, for me personally, like, I don't do the zoning stuff all the time, and like all the CUP, IEP, I don't live it all the time. Like, it never hurts for me to hear that more often.
Okay.
So I would take advantage of something like that.
I think in regards to some of that too, it might be nice to have a cheat sheet or
Yep. What you can and cannot do
Yeah.
or require.
I mean, that being incorporated in the staff report would be helpful too.
We used to have, this is before my time, and I think Hayden used to use this in previous city, the pyramid of, I don't know what it was called.
It's just a land use pyramid that basically gives planning commission and city council an understanding of their discretion of rules and regulations, where your comprehensive plan is your ultimate discretion as a body, and then you lose a little bit of that, or it becomes more limited with zoning and such. So
and maybe to your point is, Jeff, is spell out and in there what we can or can't do.
When it's appropriate, yeah.
Yeah, when it's appropriate. I mean,
Yeah.
the site plan tonight was a great example.
Yeah.
Would it be nice if we all knew all of that, but that's
Yeah.
what we hired them for.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, obviously, we're getting direction from the staff, right? And the staff, what we have to do is understand that the staff are professionals. They know the insides, outsides, left and right of the code, right? And we're essentially here to react to staff's opinion on whether or not something should or shouldn't be brought forward to the city council, or how it should be brought forward to the city council. Again, we're a discretionary panel. We do only give a recommendation. We all understand that. You know, all the cities that I have worked for, it's really been led by staff saying, here's what we think is best for the city for these reasons. And then planning commissions will say yes or no, and obviously they understand that the council would make the final decision. The council doesn't want to rehash all this stuff at their meetings. They rely on us as a planning commission to be that authority to really drill down and make sure everything is according to code and the way that we feel should be handled at a city level, you know, as far as the direction we want to see of the city. So, you know, always keeping that in mind, that we are getting direction from the staff. We take that direction, put a spin on it if we think is necessary, and then we give that to the council for the ultimate decision.
You know, and I will say I'm going to say the 10 or so years that I've been involved with Dayton one way or the other, we've never had a commission that's rubber stamped staff's recommendations. So, you know, as a resident, I appreciate that. I mean, you all put a lot of thought into it, and it's not something that we take for granted. Okay.
We should have been around here 30 years ago.
Okay.
Then you'd be gray-haired by now if you were.
I won't tell you where I was 30 years ago.
30 years ago, a lot of them shut up. It's wrong, so. And in the council.
Okay, I'm going to try to breeze through this. The city has an app. I don't know if you all were aware of this, but this is kind of our official social media form of communications. Snow plowing and street policy is 2 inches or more. We start plowing, as well as if there's drifting snow or icy conditions, or the time it snows in relation to when there's heavy traffic.
I don't mean to delay the conversation. Is there data? There must be data on how long it takes for cities to complete their routes. And like
Yes,
comparatively, I'm
I
curious
don't
where
know
Dayton
what
sits
it
on
is.
like regarding how long it takes us to complete our
I'll call
a full
Marty and
plow compared to other cities, and like, are we in line with that? Something for later, but.
I know the plow comes by right after I'm done shoveling.
Yeah, for sure it does. Yeah, yeah.
It's done that way on
Yeah.
purpose.
Yeah.
See, we need trackers in the trucks, so on the Dayton app, we can pull up that.
So know right where the
way
plows
out,
are,
right way out.
where our plow's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marty's tipping that blade just a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll planning commissioner tip that.
Are there any of the new streets in Dayton that are plowed by the by the associations?
Not that-
For all of the city streets we
Only
clean?
private ones.
Only like private townhome developments might have a
Yeah.
few streets like that.
Yeah, we've added a lot of streets over the years.
These guys do an awesome job if they're doing all of those.
They do.
Awesome.
Ice rinks, Central Park is open unless it's closed. Sundance Woods is closed this season to allow the turf to establish. So you put in an irrigation system last summer and ripped up all the grass in the process and want to let that get established, and that's why there's no ice rink out there.
Did they get that seeded last fall?
Yes.
They hit hydro moisture.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, third annual medallion hunt, which you can find out more information on the Dayton app. So every day there will be a clue that will be posted, whether it's at City Hall or the website, the city's Facebook or Instagram, or the Dayton app. The medallion will be hidden on public property within the city, within view. It's not going to be buried. It's for anyone that, I don't know where last year's was. But it's a fun activity. So if you do find it, you can email kmontgomery@daytonmn.gov with the time and location and a photo of where you found it, just in case you're the second person that found it within the same morning or day or whatnot. Where was last year's?
I don't
No
remember.
one remembers. No, that's okay.
My wife had
It's
me
just
looking
some-
over at
I-
Elsie Stevens.
Is this something that someone can actually pick up, or is it permanently affixed?
No, you can pick it up.
You can pick it up.
Yeah, I
That
say
was
that.
found like the first day.
I haven't
So if
seen
you
it.
pick it up, nobody else is gonna get a picture of it, right?
If you walk away with it, yeah.
Right. Is that the whole purpose?
I couldn't tell you.
I couldn't either. I've never, I don't know.
Wellhead treatment plant should come online in about 4 weeks. I know we'll have more detailed information about that in the spring Dayton Communicator. So this is off of Dayton River Road, across from Elsie Stevens Park. Play Place is every Tuesday from 9 to 11. Deal in Dice and Dominoes on the second and fourth Wednesday at 1 to 3 at the Activity Center. Social worker drop-in sessions, third Wednesdays at 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. EDA owns some property in the Old Village, which we are trying to sell. It's 1.2 acres, zone GMU3 mixed use. EDA went through 3 different conceptual plans, choosing the one that's on here now, which includes a restaurant that's the small building on the left with commercial retail on the first floor and apartments above. So the property's for sale for $259,000. That we're trying to market this around to developers and anyone or restaurant operator. So we're kind of trying to push this out, hoping that somebody is going to know someone who knows someone that would have an interest in this.
What's the address to that?
It's Robinson and Richardson.
Sounds like a great name for a restaurant.
When you say apartments above, how many stories are allowed? 2 or 3?
I think we allow 3, but practicality, the assumption is there'd be 4 units on the second floor. That avoids an elevator and extra expense.
And there's no, where this is located, there's a water table, so there's no underground parking likely.
Correct. There's also floodplain, so
All right.
that we packed as much as we could fit in here.
I probably can't help you.
Next planning commission meeting is February 5th.
Let's make a motion to adjourn so we can get closer to that meeting.
I'm gonna not second that since of that extra language.
Sorry.
I'll second it.
Amend that motion.
I'm making the motion to remove my commentary.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Meeting is adjourned.